Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Mayor Flegger, are you able to hear me?
I can. Thanks.
Okay, we can hear you and see you.
Okay. And I can see all council members are present. I think someone needs to go on mute. Thank you. So City Clerk, I'm ready to get started when you are.
I'm ready anytime you are.
Thank you. I will go ahead and call the City Council meeting of Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021 to order at 7 p.m. Can you please establish quorum, City Clerk?
Yes, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Lee Ing,
Here.
Councilmember Meadows,
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Here.
and Mayor Flegger.
Here.
All 5 council members are present.
Thank you. And are the city attorney and interim city manager also present?
Yes, we have City Attorney Houston and Interim City Manager Brad Kilger present.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. And Sarah Flagger with Girl Scout Troop number 61081 will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And so if everybody could mute themselves, and we will have Sarah lead us in the pledge. Sarah, whenever you're ready.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Great job. Thank you. Bye. See you later or tomorrow morning. I think she's frozen. Bye, Sarah. Thank you. Okay. I was very nervous. And for those who don't know, that was my daughter. So it was really special. So we'll keep going. Next on the agenda, we have report on closed session, but we did not have a closed session today. So we will keep moving to another special item, which is a presentation by the Executive Director of CHAC, Marcia Desalier. And I should mention I serve on the CHAC board. It's the work they do is so special to the community and so important. And so I'm very excited that we have this opportunity to hear from CHAC and the executive director about the work they have been doing, especially during COVID. As we know, the impact on our mental health, especially our kids, is still unknown, but we know it's great. And so, Marcia, thanks for joining us. I will turn it over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayor Flagger, and good evening to council members and to the residents and those that are on the call. I am really delighted to be here. If you could give me a moment, I'm going to do and pray the technology gods are with me, and I'm going to try to share my screen. So hang on just a moment. Okay, why is this? Let's try this. No. I have never been on Ring Central. And I don't see anything coming up. Let's try that, see what happens.
And if that doesn't work, Marcia, we've also had presenters send their slide deck to staff, and the staff can share it while you speak.
Okay. Let's just see here. Hang on just a moment. Okay, give me one more second, and then we'll go to Plan B. Try this again. Here we go. I think we're good there. And that should be that. Now, PowerPoint. Presenter people. There we go. How's that? Good show. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I really appreciate it. So I really am delighted to give you an update on CHAC and the mental health services to the community, and to give you just a snapshot of what we have been doing. And by the way, this is a quick picture of our, for those in the residents on the call, this is a quick picture of our offices on El Camino, just south of Castro Street. So as a mental health agency, we strive to support safer and more harmonious communities through healthier relationships. It's like a ripple effect that starts off with relationship with oneself, which is, if it's good, with families, in the workplace or school, or a safer, more harmonious community. And we serve all ages from toddlers to our oldest 92-year-old client. Talk about hope, on a sliding fee scale. We turn no one away for lack of ability to pay. And we do so through these services that you see on the screen, such as our one-to-one counseling with individuals, youth, families, and couples, or classes or support groups for substance abuse, for example, or our LGBTQ+ community, our parents struggling with the new world of their transgender child, and our youth programs administered on a school campus. And we've been doing this for 48 years, since 1973. Here's a few facts about CHAC if you're not familiar with us. Our annual budget is now about $4 million, and it's a fairly diversified revenue stream, as you can see from the pie chart on the right. Our services are to more than 14,000 people, and they're supported by 54 employees, mostly all part-time, only 10 are full-time. And we have clinicians in training, but most are part-time employees of 44 employees. We're really so grateful for the support from the City Council that has enabled us to continue to improve our services to clients. For instance, we remodeled our public areas, and this remodel was donated to CHAC a few years ago, because we believe that regardless of anyone's ability to pay, everybody deserves to be treated with dignity and respect in our interactions and our environment. And so we continue to strive and move forward with some of the things that you see on here, our annual events and COVID improvements and that type of thing to stay current. Our services are cost effective because the majority of our services are delivered through our professional training program of pre-licensed mental health professionals. We have 75 to 80 pre-licensed clinicians working towards their 3,000 hours of training before licensure. Our doctoral program is accredited by the American Psychological Association. We're very proud of that accreditation. And I think of interest is the fact that the average age of our clinician is 36 years old, and the median is 33 years old. So these folks have experience in prior fields for sure. So when COVID hit, we converted quickly to telehealth. That was a year ago, and we continue our services today via telehealth. Within 5 days of the shelter in place, we converted more than 100 clinicians, and we began outreach to our 1,300 clients to ensure their continuity of care, which is so very important when everything else around them was changing. We provided telehealth training with national experts and increased this opportunity to work with kids particularly and engage them on the screen. And we had to invest in technology and other implementation for patient portal and those things that could allow people to connect with us more easily, like a new phone system. We even changed the process for receiving cash because some of our clients like to pay us in cash. But when we converted, we had a 50% adoption rate. And that was clear then and there that for those that were young adults, we had to pivot to parent support. You know, we know that parental behavior has a bidirectional effect. So our efforts really shifted to parents. For kids who couldn't sustain a full therapy session, we used the balance of time for parent coaching and support. And we basically doubled increasing the number of hours by almost 100%. You know, a big upside to telehealth was the advantage of a virtual home visit and the chance to observe live parent-child dynamic in the home in real time and provide parent coaching. And in addition to that, our social emotional learning program produced more than 40 videos for, you know, fun activities for the kids that didn't require parent intervention. And that was the goal. You know, throughout this pandemic, we've certainly seen that this has had a disproportionate effect on many communities. And at CHAC, building a safe and harmonious community requires serving this very diverse population that we all know we live in. And in 2020, we formalized our diversity, equity, and inclusion work with a statement of commitment because we saw firsthand that this disproportionate impact on the BIPOC communities, our employees, you know, and our clients. And we really understand the barriers to seeking mental health services that are unique to all cultures. And we train extensively on the unique intersectionalities of our clients. Today, we're in support of our Asian American community, which has been so terribly hit this week. And I would love to have you go to our website for our strong statement of support. Here are some of the formal statistics for CHAC, with 534 clients served for Los Altos, with more than 718 hours of parent coaching if the client was a minor, or case management for other clients with physicians or other providers. But I think there's a larger story to tell here that isn't in these numbers. We know that the population of Los Altos increases during the day. And we can see that because we serve clients from many different cities, because these are the folks that are working in Los Altos as domestic workers, landscaping, gardening, other services. And we help keep the community safe by serving those that are serving our residents and resolving domestic issues, relationship issues, and other factors. And those, we don't capture where someone is working, we know of it. So the numbers are understated from that standpoint. You know, our clinicians reported challenges with shelter in place. Not that any of us are immune to this, right? Students have a higher rates of anxiety right now, depression, definitely lack of motivation and loneliness. And families were less likely to seek out help and were often isolating themselves. And this is really stressing the family relationship dynamics. These were really challenging. And for kids and adults, anyone who is already at risk, the situation is more pronounced. And as I said, we know that the pandemic has had a disproportionate impact, and many students just didn't have the technology. And families have been impacted from the loss of jobs and economic situation. We have high school kids that are now the sole breadwinners of the family. All of this putting additional stress on the families. But there have been benefits too. We've been able to see the client in their home firsthand and gain insight into this family dynamic, you know, real time. And previously, you know, we had to have it reported to us. So this has been really helpful for parent coaching and parent training, if you will. And of course, telehealth, as we've all seen, makes the logistics of working with parents much easier. We can get them into a meeting because it's easier and they're not driving to meet with us. But serving communities means responding to need as it arises. And I'd really like to touch on a few of these responses in a little bit more depth. The first one is our Family Resource Center. These programs are there to help young families to have a healthy start in life, all through these parenting classes that you see listed here, support groups, toddler classes to help them prepare for kindergarten, and most importantly, building a community of connection. Often, you know, as new parents, especially moms, it can be very lonely without family in the area. And programs through First 5 California, such as our Family Resource Center, are a lifeline. Our team is also on the front line doing distribution of essentials to families in the pandemic. And families were so grateful for the diaper distribution, art supplies, and care packages that we have been and continue to distribute. Our social emotional learning program is really an important one, and it helps kids navigate peer and family relationships. And I'll tell you a story that for me summed up this program when I first joined CHAC. I listened to an active, engaged model student that was a Los Altos High School alum, now in their 20s, who described their painful descent into alcoholism in college and the years thereafter, and dropping out of college and the anguish over the disease of alcoholism. And although now, I'm happy to say, as they are recovering, it was really what they said that caught my attention. They said, and I quote, "If I had known that what I was feeling was sadness, I wouldn't have turned to alcohol to get rid of the feeling. I wouldn't have turned to alcohol to get rid of the feeling." This is what we teach kids. We teach coping skills and others to the 1,400 students we serve a year. And through programs of being able to recognize their own self-awareness and self-management. And in addition, this year, our TAC team, our teen advisory group, started the MATES program. And that's a buddy program to connect elementary school kids in Los Altos struggling with loneliness. And we're connecting them with a high school buddy in this program. And the social emotional learning programs are such a valuable prevention program. And of course, the parents, because we engage them as well, and the families learn from this as well. And finally, our Latinx program is a program of Spanish-speaking clinicians. And we served 196 unduplicated families in last year, and continues to provide a very extensive support for these families. When the pandemic hit, the need for translation skyrocketed. And these were parents who were faced with, they received Chromebooks, ideally, or other technology, but they lacked the skills that were needed to be able to use them. And we were there to help these nearly 200 with lengthy translations. And the important part of this was the translations that maintained their dignity when they needed to express that, didn't know how to do email, couldn't help their kids. How do we approach this? And so we frankly transformed our whole translation program to be able to support the community, the Latinx community. And our outreach to this community is certainly going to continue to those that are grieving a loss as a result of this pandemic, or our newcomers program to help those recently immigrated or basically suffering from retriggered or recurring trauma from seeing what's happening at the border right now. And this is the group that we're serving. Another part of our prevention work, last spring, basically, we anticipated a surge in cases that we thought was going to happen in the fall when the kids came back. So we created a bridge program, which was an expansion of counseling services over the summer for existing clients that we identified as potentially at risk. Now, this was a free service that we offered to everyone in the program. And our own staff was also being parents while working as clinicians. So it really required a substantial restructure of our summer staff, and we basically tripled it. So we were really pleased that it continued to provide access for parents for their care and support, as well as student clients and adult clients. Prior to COVID, though, we were meeting another critical need in the community after the unfortunate death by suicide of a high school student in October. The experts that studied the suicide cluster in Palo Alto advised us that death by suicide can put a community at risk for a contagion for a full year thereafter. And this defined a lot of our work at both high school campuses. Our response was quick and in-depth. Immediately, we diverted 12 licensed staff to the campus within 90 minutes of that early morning call, and we remained on campus for weeks. We identified slightly more than 400 students potentially at risk and implemented a very careful intervention program to ensure their safety, and all while coordinating the efforts with the high school staff. And I breathed a sigh of relief, as I know we all did, that together we have thankfully passed that 1-year mark last October. But through the pandemic, we also knew that many in the community were hurting. So we initiated a community outreach to provide support through webinars. We delivered Coping and Thriving During a Pandemic in May. And then with the news that schools were returning virtually, we had a community town hall supporting families' mental health during COVID. And in October, we helped teachers and parents with how to keep calm and carry on. And today, even we have a wellness water cooler, a drop-in support for teachers at the Los Altos district as well. It's being there and responding to need that the communities are expressing. So those are a bit of a picture of what we have been doing for this year. In closing, let me say that, you know, as the mayor has so aptly indicated, that the long-term impact of the pandemic on our mental health is yet unknown. There will be a significant tail on these mental health effects, and the secondary effects are definitely going to outlast the pandemic. Mental health demand is expected to spike after the pandemic, with upticks in many issues. But cultivating supportive interventions are now more important than ever for healing, and cultivating a sense of caring, self-efficacy, a sense of hope, or safety, and connectedness is imperative. And together with compassion and tolerance for one another, we can come through this. In May, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. So I'd like to invite you to join us each week in May for some great events for our citizens. So stay tuned, you'll be hearing more from us and on our website for sure, as we really provide these weekly virtual workshops designed to promote mental wellness in the community. And in closing, I'd say that fostering connectedness will really be the key for all of us to heal, because connection reduces anxiety and it increases hopefulness. And that's the essence of our work, building connection and relationships with compassion. And we're there to help the entire community with what they need. So please, for anyone that's watching, to reach us for services, just call the number on our website, number here, or on our website at chacmv.org. And I'd be, of course, happy if you'd like to reach out and ask me any questions or thoughts. That's my email as well. I'd love to hear from you. So thanks so much for the opportunity to share this with you. And I will, if it's okay, stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Marcia. You know, as you demonstrated, the need in our community is so great, and we're so fortunate to have CHAC, an amazing team providing this needed service in our community. I've seen it firsthand. I've heard the stories, and you know, from the bottom of our hearts, you know, the entire Los Altos community, I really just want to say thank you for all the work that you do and continue to do for us. You know, with special presentations, we normally give council members an opportunity to ask questions or just say thanks. So let me look to my colleagues to see if there are any hands raised. I'm looking at the virtual hands. I don't see any virtual hands, but I will say we can give you a round of applause. Thank you so much, Marcia. And again, I want to repeat that CHAC number you provided. It's 650-965-2020. Please call if you need any of the services that Marcia just described. Thank you so much. Marcia.
It's been my pleasure, thank you. And on behalf of my whole team, which is the ones doing all the work, great team. I appreciate it, and I will certainly pass that on.
Thank you, Marcia.
Again.
Okay. Next on the agenda, and it's actually not itemized on the agenda, I would like to take this opportunity to ask my colleagues to support me in placing an urgency resolution on tonight's agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2, also known as the Brown Act. I'm requesting that City Council add an Asian American Pacific Islander resolution to tonight's agenda as an urgency item. Because we were not able to add this to the agenda within the required notice period, I am asking that it be added as an urgency resolution. The city clerk sent each council member a copy of the proposed resolution, which, among other things, condemns violence and hate crimes against our Asian American and Pacific Islander community. My basis for requesting this item be added to the agenda is we need to take immediate action based on the recent increase in the number of reported hate crimes and acts against Asian Americans, both nationally and locally. We need to send a clear, strong message to our community that we stand with the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, and we support them to speak up and report to law enforcement these crimes and acts. We know we had at least one incident at a Los Altos post office last summer. I attended the San Jose Stop AAPI Hate rally last week, and I voted to support a similar resolution as a member of the Cities Association of Santa Clara County. Councilmember Lee Eng also reached out to me this weekend and expressed an interest in having us adopt a resolution tonight. So for all those reasons and findings, I ask the full council to support adding this to the agenda tonight as an urgency resolution. And I know this may be the first time a few of you may be seeing an urgency resolution. The process is that I make this ask, and we do need at least 2/3 of the body to approve placing it on the agenda. And 2/3 is basically at least 4 of the 5 of us. Once we vote to place it on the agenda, then the next agenda item is changes to the order of the agenda, and we can discuss where we place it on the agenda. My plan is to ask that we place it on the consent calendar, but if council members have substantive changes they would like to make to the draft resolution, then I would propose placing it on the regular agenda item list. And so with that, I move that we add an urgency resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos denouncing ongoing anti-Asian sentiment and violence against Asian American community members to the agenda tonight.
I second that.
Councilmember Lee Eng, thank you.
I second that.
So we have a motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So next we will move to changes to the order of the agenda. And now that we have made the motion, it's been approved to place the resolution on the agenda, I want to start there by proposing that we place it on the consent calendar unless one or more council members indicates that they want to make substantive changes or have a discussion.
I would like to make substantive changes.
Okay, so with that request, then we will place it on the regular agenda item list, and it would be next in line as item number 12. And so then we can discuss changes to the order of the agenda. Any requests by council members to change the order of the agenda?
I would like to change the order of the agenda.
Okay. go
I would
ahead.
like to request that item number 12 be placed before item 7.
So we can't
After
place
the
it
public
before the
hearing.
public hearing. So it can't be placed before the public hearing. Do you want it before the COVID items? So
Yes,
for item 8.
yes, please.
And I can second that, Councilmember Liang. Any objections to placing the AAPI resolution before the COVID report? Seeing none, any other changes to the agenda? And again, can you raise your virtual hands? I am looking at different screens. I don't see any hands raised. So then next we will move to public comments on items not on the agenda. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on items not on the agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do, and the hands are still raising right now. I see 16, 17, 18, 22. Wait a second. I see 26 hands raised,
Okay, 27.
27.
Okay, in light of my discretion that the norms allow, I will, for this item, I know we have 2 other big items tonight that we expect a lot of public comment, and so I'll go ahead and give each speaker 1 minute.
Okay, Madam Mayor, give me just a second to get my timer there.
And while you're doing that, City Clerk, I was remiss. I was also supposed to announce and remind everyone it's on the agenda. But starting tonight, we are going to be reintroducing 2 of our norms. We're at 9 p.m. We do a check-in to see if there are items on the agenda we don't believe we'll be able to cover tonight, so we can let members of the public know. And then at 11 o'clock, unless we have majority or more members wanting to consider a new item, we will not consider a new item after 11 p.m. So we'll do a check-in at 9 p.m. and then another check-in at 11 p.m. And so with that, City Clerk, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The first speakers I have is Daryl and Mike Schifran.
Hello.
Hi.
Both of us would like to speak, but there was only one wave. Is that all right?
Yes, and you each will have 1 minute.
Okay. This is regarding the FCC. What happened? This is regarding the FCC.
So,
Can you-
I'm sorry to interrupt. So this item is for public comments on items not on the agenda.
I'm sorry. Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. We will be discussing that item later on the agenda. So
Okay.
again, this is for items not on the agenda before us tonight.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem.
So our next speaker would be Tony Mose.
Thank you to the City Council for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for adopting the urgent AAPI resolution to support our Asian American and Pacific Island citizens. I'd like to thank everyone who's come tonight to support Keenan. I know not all of you who raised your hand will be speaking, but you've come to show your solidarity. Mediation is being planned, but we cannot fail to recognize that Councilmember Liang can take a stand now to right a wrong. I again ask Councilmember Liang to take ownership of her actions and their ramifications and impact on Keenan, and to break her silence and apologize. According to Psychology Today, apologizing to another person is one of the healthiest, most positive actions we can ever take for ourselves, the other person, and the relationship. Apology is crucial to our mental and even physical health and well-being. When you apologize for actions that are hurtful or harmful to someone else, you give him or her the gifts of validation, respect, and empathy. Thank you very much. Please, please consider doing this.
Thank you, Tony.
Our next speaker is Frank Martin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm ready anytime you are.
You're ready.
I was shocked to find out that a dear friend of mine, Scott Spielman, was not kept on the Parks and Recs Commission. At first, I was shocked. Then I really wasn't surprised. And disappointed, and now I'm very angry. Scott basically did a yeoman's job to listen to residents and get us our first off-leash dog park that Weinberg and other commissioners on this commission failed to do over a period of 10 years. It all wasn't under Weinberg's term. He also fought bocce ball at Grant Park, and I hope will continue to do that. But this has happened before, and I basically was victimized by the same process, as was my colleague Bart Nelson, and even Anita Enander. Were all kicked off of commissions because the city council did not like us representing residents. I would like the council to tell us why they did not renominate Scott Spielman. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank.
Our next speaker is Tara Dillon.
Thank you. Councilmember Liang, I again call on you to do the right thing. Please take responsibility for your words and their consequences and set an example for the change that needs to happen in our troubled country. It's simple, 2 words. Say, I apologize in public to Keenan Most so that the healing can begin. And to the rest of our city council, if Councilmember Liang will not apologize for her actions, what message are all of you sending to your constituents, to the young people in our community? That elected officials are not accountable for their words and their actions? That the rest of you will turn a blind eye to racism? You were there and you've seen the facts. You must know in your heart the damage that her words have caused. Please take action. Hold your fellow council member accountable. If she will not apologize, then this council must demonstrate what Los Altos stands for. At minimum, a censure seems warranted. I believe mediation is a smokescreen. The facts are clear, and Keenan Most deserves a public apology. Your constituents are listening and hoping you do the right thing. We will not let this fade away, and we will continue to remind voters how important this is. Thank you.
Thanks, Tara.
Our next speaker is Nathaniel Morris.
Hello, I'm from London, and I've been listening into these meetings for the past few months. And I'm here in support of Keenan Most to say to Lynette that you must apologize. It's been enough time now. Your actions and words are hurtful and they're bad, and you have done wrong, and it's time for you to apologize to Keenan, to the community, and everyone that you've hurt with these words. It's enough time. Please apologize. Do the right thing. It's not hard, Lynette. It's not hard. Apologize. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathaniel.
Our next speaker is Maureen Griffin.
Thank you. I am asking Councilmember Liang to commit to the following 2 things, just 2. Issue a public apology to Keenan Most, fully commit to mediation so we as a community can heal and move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Maureen.
Our next speaker is Scott Spielman.
Hello, thank you for your time. I also would like to request or inform you that 3 other people have ceded their time: Roberta Phillips, Al Rooney, and Freddie Park.
And Mr. Spielman, before you continue, we need each of them to actually say on the record that they're ceding their time to you. So if you could give us their names again.
Yes, Roberta Phillips, Al Rooney, and Freddie Park Wheeler.
Okay, Roberta, are you there?
Yes, I cede my time.
Thank you. Mr. Rooney? Okay, Freddie? I see you, Freddie.
Yes, I'm here and I cede my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Freddie.
Did you hear me, Rooney?
Go ahead, Al. Say it for the record.
Sorry, I guess you didn't hear it. Yeah, I cede my time to Scott.
Great, thank you. So with that, Scott, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm speaking tonight because during the city council interviews for appointments to the Park and Rec Commission, my character was maligned by a council member. Another council member did not have a clear understanding of my contributions and presentation regarding Halsey House, but I'm not going to proceed with any further comment about that council member. As a background, I served on the Park and Rec Commission for over 18 months as I completed the term of another commissioner who had resigned. I served with effectiveness, integrity, and respect for all people, commissioners and residents alike, and I was elected as vice chair. I led the effort to bring to council a proposal for off-leash hours for dogs in 2 city parks. This issue had floundered in the city for well over a decade. Now there is a pilot program in 1 park. I also built the consensus to recommend from the commission to council that Bocce Ball Court should not be built at Grant Park until a master plan was produced for the park. I also invested time in researching the history of programs and the potential for future programs at Halsey House. This was a subject that also the city had neglected for over 12 years. I produced a quality presentation on programs that described past programs that well over 10,000 children enjoyed and brought uniqueness to Los Altos. Finally, I brought skills and team building and consensus building to the commission. I proposed motions that brought clarity to our commission meetings. I did this with appropriate demeanor and always sought to have the proper decorum, and I work well with other commissioners and collaboratively with staff. So what happened? Why did council not reappoint me when my 18 months had expired? During council selections, council member Jonathan Weinberg publicly, maliciously, and deceptively maligned my character and my work in 2 ways. First, he falsely stated that the commission apparently did not have faith in me to run the February commission meeting that was dedicated to Halsey House in Redwood Grove. That was a lie. Mr. Weinberg knew that I had effectively conducted a previous commission meeting when I was chair. For the February meeting, Recreation Director Donna Legge recommended to Chair Lindemeyer that someone else chair the meeting rather than me because I was making a presentation. It had nothing to do with my competence to run that meeting. Director Legge has confirmed that. So Mr. Weinberg's statement that the commission did not have faith in me was patently false. He had 1 month between the time of the park and the council meetings to verify his statement, but he did not because he could not. Second, Mr. Weinberg was, to use his word, shocked because I made a motion regarding the restoration of Halsey House, even though all the data was not available. He implied that he did not have faith in my judgment. When I modified my motion after listening to comments from other commissioners and council liaison Meadows, 3 commissioners voted for my motion. Other members had stated that they would vote for the modified motion, but changed their minds. So I listened, modified, and moved to reflect the consensus in that meeting. Mr. Weinberg has maligned my judgment and my character. Given that he was a commissioner with me for 18 months, he had full knowledge that I built consensus, was flexible, maintained decorum, and worked extremely hard for the commission. Mr. Weinberg's statement about me and others who serve our city violate council decorum and are attacks on character. They reflect a harmful and disrespectful pattern as they have occurred several times in his short tenure as a council member. I call upon council to censure him for his lack of decorum and state that Mr. Weinberg's personal attacks and false statements are unacceptable. Furthermore, I demand a public apology from him. Finally, it is my hope that council will review its policies and methods in conducting commissioner interviews and discussing prospective candidates with openness and fairness in the future. Council members should make statements that are factual, that they can validate. Council should seek to eliminate rumors and innuendo, and most importantly, remove politics from appointments. Thank you for allowing me to set the record straight.
Thank you, Scott.
Madam Mayor, may I respond?
So Councilmember Weinberg, we're gonna wait till the end of all the public comments, and then I will allow any council member who wants to respond to anything they heard to do 1 response.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Our next speaker is Renee Rashad.
Hi, and Aisha is on, and she will be ceding her time to me as well.
So we need, what's her name, Renee?
Aisha Rashid.
Oh, Aisha. So we need Aisha to say on the record that she's ceding her time to you. Go ahead, Aisha.
Hi, yes. Hi, yes, I see my time.
To Renee.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Hi.
so Renee, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. This is Renee Rashid. I am speaking up today, first of all, to denounce the hate crimes against the Asian and Pacific Islander community that have been happening all over the country, including our community. These acts are despicable, and those found committing any of these acts need to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. No member of our Asian community should live in fear. So I'm appreciative of the resolution that the council is taking to address this. But fear is a double-edged sword. While we speak up about the very real fear of xenophobic attacks and hate crimes, we must also acknowledge the anti-Black fear that we have allowed and perpetuated for too long. As a member of the Asian community, I know firsthand the anti-Black racism that is prevalent in our society. There are many prominent Asian Americans and Asian organizations who have spoken up about confronting our own anti-Black racism. Densho, an organization that works to preserve the history of Japanese American incarceration during World War II, said in a statement, "The anti-Asian violence being directed at our communities during this pandemic is inextricably linked to the anti-Black violence that allows the police to murder unarmed civilians like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, that teaches the Amy Coopers of the world to weaponize their white tears to summon those same police, that teaches us to stay silent while those same police commit those same murders, as if that will somehow protect us. If we hope to end this violence, all of it, we must reckon with our complicity in this tangled web of white supremacy and our responsibility to dismantle it. That's why I stand with the Mose family and hope that Councilmember Lee-Ang can enter mediation with an open mind in recognizing her bias, taking steps to counter it, and issuing an apology. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee.
Our next speaker is Mandam. Mandam. There we go. Mandam. Okay, I'm going to move on to Terry Couture. T. Couture.
Hi, it's Terry Couture. The Planning Commission mentioned at their last meeting, they wanted the staff to identify all the city-owned properties that could be affordable housing candidates. An ideal property would be 245 Hawthorne Avenue, which is the old nursery that is now closed. The site is 38,000 square feet. The council could coordinate with the city and the state, the county and the state, much like they did with Distal Circle Project, to purchase and develop this land for affordable housing, senior housing, and/or veteran housing. It's close to the village, it's near the community center, transportation lines, and the schools, and the new community center. Since it has been commercial for so long, the residents would likely support this residential transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Okay, Mandam. Okay, our next speaker is Amber Joy.
Yes, thank you. So this is Amber Joy in Rhode Island, and shout out to the person from London. That's awesome. So this racial justice issue has officially grown from national to international. So 2 weeks ago, nobody emailed me about having an uncomfortable conversation. So I can only assume that everybody on this call knows everything about racism in America, Black Lives Matter, anti-racism. So I'll keep it short and sweet. I stand in support of Keenan Mose and Justice Vanguard and Black and Indigenous and people of color and Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. I stand in support of all cultures, ethnicities, and identities of the world. We must celebrate, respect, and embrace all cultures and colors. Hate crimes are never okay. Explicit racism is never okay. Implicit racism is never okay. Exploiting any minority group in order to win an election and then slandering that group after they win the election is never okay. But of course, everybody on this call already knows that, right? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tanya Malouf.
Good evening, Mayor Fliger, Vice Mayor Anander, and Council Members Meadows, Weinberg, and Liang. To all Asian Americans in our community, I hope you are feeling supported by those around you. We must all work together for equality and justice for all residents in our city and beyond. I'm here tonight to show my continued support for Keenan Mose and the Mose family, requesting a public apology from Council Member Liang. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanya.
Okay, I'm going to try the speaker again, Man DM. Man DM. No. Okay, how about Janine Valadez?
I have a question. I wanted to talk about two things. One was about the police chief Alea's update on the PTF recommendations. Is that considered an agenda item?
Yes, it is. So you.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so then I won't talk about that. I'll talk about the other thing that I want to talk about. Okay, so you can start the clock. Thanks. I want to express my sincere hope that Councilmember Liang is dutifully pursuing the mediation of the issue between Mr. Mose and herself. I would recommend the parties access the mediation and ombuds services of the County of Santa Clara, which are well-known, well-regarded, and of low cost. I call on the City Council to take a more active role in facilitating that the mediation occur. It's my belief that each party feels strong in their respective position on the matter. If this is true, both parties should be confident going into mediation. The role of the mediator is a hallowed and fair role to help participants reach common ground, and if they cannot, to look at the facts and render a solution. There really is no reason why a person confident in their position would resist the process. It is my understanding that the Mose family have taken tangible steps these past 2 weeks to investigate mediation solutions. It is incumbent on Councilmember Liang to present facts that show she is holding up her end of the deal. Thank you.
Thanks, Janine.
Our next speaker is Kevin.
Thank you. Lynette, are you actually listening? Because you're looking down the whole time. I really hope that you're listening and not doing something else. It's appropriate to watch the screen as if you're paying attention. Thank you. My question to you is, how many people have to tell you to apologize before you will listen? How many people? If the mediator tells you, will you listen to them? Or will that be a complete waste of time? When you hurt someone and then you become aware that you hurt someone, you apologize. It really is that simple. You hurt someone, you become aware, you apologize. Again, it is that simple. Stop wasting our time. Stop wasting the City Council's time. You don't need to wait for mediation to apologize. Apologize now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kevin.
Our next speaker is Karen Solpan.
Hi, I'm calling in support of Keenan once again this week. I was pleased to hear at the beginning of last meeting that Councilmember Liang had agreed to mediation on this matter. I sincerely hope that she goes into this mediation with an open mind and heart and spends the time and effort necessary to really understand the impact of her words and issue Keenan a long, long overdue public apology for the impact her words had on him, his family, and all of Los Altos residents who are in support of racial equity and justice. We teach our children that when they do or say something they shouldn't, they should apologize. Councilmember Liang needs to model this behavior to all the residents of Los Altos. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Karen.
Our next speaker is Jill Woodford.
Thank you. I'm here in solidarity with the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. Racist terms such as China virus and Kung flu used by Trump are linked to Asian hate crimes. Clearly, the words of leaders have power and should be chosen carefully. I recall a situation when my IT team interviewed two top candidates. One was a young white man who was funny, witty. He wore khaki pants and a polo shirt to the interview. The other candidate was a Black man in a suit who seemed serious. He had a master's degree and an impressive resume. The white and Asian team's feedback was overwhelmingly in favor of the young white man, despite the fact that he was not as qualified or as experienced. He, quote, fit in better. It wasn't until years later when I was reading a book called Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria that I realized I, along with my teammates, had let bias take over and influence our decision. Looking back, we made the wrong choice and it was discriminatory. We all have bias, including me, and we need to take a deep look at ourselves, our thoughts, and our words to do our best to self-educate and actively avoid harming others. I'm here to ask Councilmember Liang for a public apology to Keenan for using words that harmed him. Thank you.
Thanks, Jill.
Our next speaker is Salim.
Hi. I just want to say, I don't know how city council manages to do this, but the kids who say the Pledge of Allegiance, they're like always are the most adorable kids. I don't know how that happens, but great work. So in any case, same as always, I'm hoping that Councilmember Liang will take this opportunity to apologize to Keenan. You know, it would be great for our community to come together and just finally have healing and accountability. Thank you.
Thanks, Salim.
Our next speaker is Christine Yum Lenz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am asking Councilmember Liang to enter mediation with an open heart in order to find a resolution in this matter with Keenan Mose. He is a son, brother, former student of Los Altos, and Los Alton of the Year with his leadership with Black Lives Matter of Los Altos. Please, Councilmember Liang, as a fellow Asian American, recognize your role as an Asian American leader of our community of Los Altos, along with Mountain View Councilmember Margaret Abe-Koga, and support our fellow people of color. This past week has been heartbreaking week for Asian Americans. I ask everybody on this call, please reach out to those who need our help and support. Please, Councilmember Liang, recognize your role as an Asian American leader of our community. And Asian American kids want to look up to you as a role model. Please do the right thing and apologize to Keenan Mose. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine.
Our next speaker is Bridget Madden.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak again this evening. I want once more to ask Councilmember Liang to issue a public apology to Keenan. I was very happy to hear that mediation will happen. I hope that the council member enters mediation with an open heart to find a resolution to the matter. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Bridget.
Our next speaker is Katie.
Yeah. Hi. So my name is Katie. So I'm here to support Keenan. And I agree with Kevin, Council Member Liang, please stop wasting our time. Make this simple and quick. Just fix it. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thanks, Patty.
Our next speaker is Ken. Ken? Okay, well, we're waiting for Ken. How about Betsy Schmidt? Betsy? How about Ken?
Hi.
Yes.
Oh,
Oops, sorry.
Yes, is Ken here? This is Ken.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm here in support of Councilmember Liang. And I would like to say to Mr. Moores and the Justice Vanguard that they need to stop harassing our city council member. She doesn't need to justify her concern to anyone, nor does she need to apologize for her genuine feelings. To say that she felt that way simply because Mr. Moores is a black man is ridiculous. Regarding mediation, I would, since both parties are minorities, I would like to suggest that the mediator be a Caucasian. I'd like to say to Council Member Liang, hang in there. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of residents who support you, but are afraid to speak up for fear of being harassed or canceled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Our next speaker is Betsy Schmidt.
hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm here to support Keenan and the Mose family. This is a really difficult time for our country, and this particular apology from Councilmember Liang is super important in allowing us closure on this particular issue and the ability to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Our next speaker is Mike Abrams.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Mike Abrams, and I'm echoing what others have said in support of Keenan Mose. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Our next speaker is Joe Beninatto.
Hi, this is Joe. Thanks, Council, for the time and your attention tonight. I can't believe someone just suggested we have a white mediator, but I'll move on. I want to be respectful of your time tonight, and I know there are many issues facing the city, so we're all trying to be brief. And thank you to the mayor for the urgency resolution tonight. I hope something happens there. I want to start by denouncing the vicious hate crimes against the Asian and Pacific Islander communities that we've all seen too frequently in the news. No member of any community should be subject to the violence or discrimination we've all seen. What's also true is no member of our community should be subject to the events of November 24th of last year, when Keenan Mose was falsely accused of acts he did not commit by Councilmember Liang, who isn't even looking at the screen. I'm cautiously optimistic that Councilmember Liang will follow through with mediation promptly. I stand with Keenan tonight, and we will all continue to stand with Keenan until this matter is resolved. We are not going away. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Our next speaker is Seth Mose.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am the sibling of Keenan Mose and a senior at Los Altos High School. Lynette, I think it is due time for you to issue an apology to Keenan and to commit to remediation and atoning for your past actions. Take the right step, Lynette. It shouldn't be this difficult. It's been since November. Thank you.
Thanks, Seth.
Our next speaker is Anita Kapadia.
Hello, I'm Anita Kapadia, and I've lived in Los Altos for over 21 years. Thank you, City Council members, for letting me speak today. Thank you also for passing the resolution on violence against Asian Americans. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." I would like to ask Councilmember Liang to apologize to Keenan Mose. I also want to request again that mandatory anti-bias training is performed for all council members, commission, and staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Anita.
Madam Mayor, the last speaker I have is Mandam, M-A-N-D-M. I've called this individual a couple of times.
Okay, and if he or she can hear us, you can keep trying, or please feel free to send your comment. And what's the email address? Is it public comment
Yes.
at losaltosca.gov? And that email address is also on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Thank you. Okay, if there are no more speakers on items not on the agenda, I will bring it back to council. I know Councilmember Weinberg had indicated he wanted to respond to the public comments he heard. And again, this is a limited scope of allowing council members to respond to something that was said during public comment. So Councilmember Weinberg, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. In reply to what Mr. Spielman said, he is absolutely right. I do owe him an apology. In fact, I owe an apology to our community. I owe an apology to my colleagues on the council, but most importantly, I do owe an apology to Mr. Spielman. At the council meeting on March 9th, I noted that at the February meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission, Vice Chair Scott Spielman did not act as the chair of the meeting when Chair Lindermeyer was absent. I said that indicated to me a lack of faith by his fellow commissioners in Mr. Spielman's ability to lead the commission. And since that meeting, it has been explained to me that it was not the other park commissioners, but it was staff which mistakenly asked Mr. Spielman not to lead the meeting. I now understand that it had nothing to do with a lack of faith by his fellow commissioners. So again, I owe him an apology for having said otherwise. I'd like to thank Roberta Phillips, who at our meeting on March 9th during public comment pointed that out after I had made my statement, and also city staff for pointing out my error.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. So I'm going to keep going on the agenda to consent calendar. I don't see any other hands from colleagues wanting to speak. So next on the agenda, we have the consent calendar. And unless someone on council wishes to pull an item or ask a question, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Weinberg, and I see some hands raised, so I'm going to hold on that motion. Councilmember Weinberg, I see Councilmember Liang, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I did want to make a slight edit onto agenda item 3 before we take a motion.
So is it just a minor change, Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead with the proposed change.
The proposed change should read, resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos acknowledging March 24th, 2021 as Equal Pay Day for Women. And it should state for women. And then we should delete that other 2021.
Okay, see that. Any objections to those changes? Vice Mayor Enander, your hand is raised. Is it in response to what Councilmember Liang just said? No. Okay, so we have accepted that edit. Councilmember Liang. Vice Mayor Enander.
I also have a minor change I'd like to suggest on item 3, and that is that in, I think it's the third whereas, there is an implicit endorsement of proposed legislation. And given that we have a process for approving endorsements of legislation, I think such a reference would not be appropriate here and should be stricken.
So I'm looking at the, so what's the change you're proposing?
And I have.
I think it's the second whereas.
Right, I have it in front of me, the passage of the Paycheck Fairness Act. And
yes, ma'am. The
right.
Passage of the Paycheck Fairness Act. That is a piece of proposed legislation before the Congress. And we have not looked at or evaluated whether as a council we would so endorse that. My concern is that including it here is an implied endorsement of legislation. I do not otherwise object to anything that is in, and I'm happy to endorse everything else that is in this resolution.
I can try to do a quick edit on that, taking out the legislation reference to say, we support legislation that will close the pay gap by eliminating loopholes in the Equal Pay Act. Because I agree with you. I mean, we don't know what other content will be in the Paycheck Fairness Act. So would you be open if other council members agree with rewriting it to say, whereas the city of Los Altos supports legislation that will help close the pay gap by eliminating loopholes in the Equal Pay Act?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Any objections to that change? Either the deletion proposed by the Vice Mayor or the addition that I just did? Okay, so seeing none, we will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended with regards to the changes to item number 3.
Madam Mayor, I will move the consent calendar items 1 through 6 as variously presented and modified.
Is there a second? I'll second. So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by the Mayor. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
and Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So next we will move to public hearings, and we have one for tonight's meeting, and it's resolution number 2021-14 19-UP-02, Los Altos Chinese School, 461 Orange Avenue. And with that, I'm getting my gavel to formally open the public hearing, and I will invite staff to start the report.
Thank you very much, Mayor Fliger, members of the City Council. John Biggs here with your Community Development Department. And this evening we have Sean Gallegos, our associate, that is going to give you the SNAP briefing. Sean?
Yes. There we go. I'm trying to turn on my video. Here you go. Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Sean Gallegos, Associate Planner in the Planning Division. Let me try to move on. The application before you tonight is a conditional use permit for a private school, a Chinese cultural immersion school, to occupy an existing first floor classroom, a group of classrooms at Foothills Congregational Church, or FCC, as many members of the public call it, at 461 Orange Avenue. The program would include up to 75 students, 10 employees, and operate between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. The church is located at the corner of Lincoln Avenue and Orange Avenue. The site is designated as a public and institutional in the general plan and zone public and community facilities. The church was originally approved and constructed in 1914. The two-story classroom building was added in 1969. The private school was previously located at Hillview Community Center at 97 Hillview Avenue in Los Altos. In the existing church facility buildings, a total of 3,211 square feet would be occupied by the school. The use permit for the private school would allow for the use of room 102 for the kindergarten program, rooms 101, 112, 113, and 117 for the after-school program. The initial enrollment would be for 20 kindergarten students from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m., 20 after-school program students from 12 to 3 p.m., and potentially a maximum of 55 after-school program students from 3 to 6. Ultimate enrollment would be a maximum of 75 students. School would operate Monday through Friday. The front of the classroom building faces internally towards the church's sanctuary and offices. The rear is oriented toward the neighboring religious institutions, which are also designated public and community facilities. The east and west side of the building abuts public rights of ways at Orange Avenue and Lincoln Avenue. Following public comment and Planning Commission discussion of the proposal, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the project with the listed recommended conditions as seen before you. In response, the Commission direction, the private school did propose an outdoor play area in the courtyard. Outdoor play is limited to the courtyard and requires staff oversight of students when they're outside of the classroom. The applicant's traffic management plan includes specifications for drop-off and pickup locations and parking restrictions along Orange Avenue, a requirement that staff members monitor the traffic management plan, and monitor children being received from 4:30 to 6 p.m. A requirement parents must sign out all children with the staff monitor, a requirement that the private school may not use promotional signage on either Orange Avenue or Lincoln Avenue, a requirement that staff will supervise students at Foothills Congregational Church and Parish Hall during any play time during the school period, and an enrollment agreement stipulating a parent's agreement to follow the traffic management plan or face penalties for noncompliance. A requirement that the city shall submit an annual compliance report. This is included in the resolution as condition number 6, which requires an annual report be provided by the community development director, and this shall provide the annual enrollment of the school and shall report the school's compliance with the traffic management plan. The applicant addressed the Complete Streets Commission's request to secure. So the Complete Streets Commission voted to recommend approval of the project subject to the following recommended conditions that are conveyed in your staff report. The applicant addressed the Complete Streets Commission's request to secure the entry and exit and courtyard for improved safety by proposing temporary measures to enclose the courtyard. However, the applicant did not propose permanent fencing to enclose the courtyard. The applicant's revised project did include revising the traffic impact analysis report to add a project description to the operations description in section 3 of the TIA. The TMP was revised to improve the enforceability of it. As discussed previously, condition number 6 does require an annual compliance report, which was recommended by the CSC, and the applicant considered but did not propose parking permits for parents and employees, and the applicant could provide greater discussion or responses regarding that particular item. A private shuttle van A private shuttle van service operated by Los Altos Children's School will be used to transport kindergartners and children 1st through 6th grade to the church. The private school is anticipated to generate 47 trips, 22 in and 25 out during the PM peak periods. Without the early morning trips, the private school is estimated to create a total of approximately 186 trips, two-way trip ends. The traffic impact analysis provided a detailed trip generation analysis, which included a description of the proposed operations and quantifies the potential number of vehicle trips associated with the use permit. Per the city's TIA scope, the evaluation of potential project impact focuses on the analysis of traffic operations during the afternoon PM commuter peak hours, and that occurred at 8 study intersections. Those study intersections are conveyed on the screen above before you. The evaluation potential impact focuses on existing post-project scenarios. A trip distribution exhibit is included on page 15 of the updated TIA. Based on this anticipated traffic pattern, the 8 intersections were studied. Table 5 indicates that study intersections will continue to operate within the acceptable limits during PM peak hours as defined by the City of Los Altos circulation element, which indicates LOSD or better is required. Delays on the stop sign controlled approaches at this unsignalized intersections will remain within the LOS A or B, and therefore the TIA found that the project would not create significant impacts at the study intersections under any scenario. The VMT evaluates whether the project's VMT is 15% below the regional average, and which would establish it does not have a significant environmental effect. The traffic report was updated in December as a result of the VMT policy going into effect in July, and due to the age of the project, staff requested the report be updated. The VMT analysis concluded that trips associated with picking up a child or student from the after-school program would have negligible environmental VMT effects or impacts, and the project analysis estimated the VMT for the 10 new teachers associated with the after-school programs were based on their actual home locations, and at a VMT of 11.4 per teacher, it would be 25.64% below the county average, and therefore the project would not have a significant environmental VMT impact. The TIA also included an evaluation of parking in the general facility of the project site. The parking survey recorded the total number of existing on-street and service lot parking spaces with access on Lincoln, Orange Avenue, Sherman, and Sherman Street. The parking survey data is provided in Table 3 of your report in the TIA. Indicates that the peak demand period for the on-street parking was at 5 p.m. And of the 139 spaces along Lincoln Avenue, a total of 17 spaces were occupied, or only 12% of the spaces along Lincoln Avenue. A total of 6 parking spaces are required for staff, which includes parking for 2 kindergarten instructors and an 8 after-school teachers. The parking lot staff does believe provides sufficient short-term parking spaces for drop-off and pickup. Under a worst-case scenario, the private school could use the remaining 115 spaces of the 139 parking spaces along Lincoln Avenue if the drop-off and pickup users all parked at once. However, the staggered drop-off and parking times, as described in the applicant's letter, should not require that all parking spaces be used at site. The Planning Commission found that the use permit is consistent with the specific purposes of the PCF zoning district related to permitting educational uses that preserve the semi-public character of the area. A private school would not be considered detrimental to the surrounding residential uses. The hours of operation and 75 students for kindergarten and after-school programs would not create significant intensification of the use, and the use permit would comply with the regulations prescribed in the district. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommended adoption of the resolution to approve the use permit. Staff, and this concludes staff's presentation, unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. Am I the only one seeing a red screen?
That's the end of my screen, sorry, of my presentation. I have additional slides behind it, but it's kind of a, sorry about that, I'll move it.
No problem, thank you so much. Questions, council members, any questions for staff? I see, let me see, panelists. Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I ask my questions, I want to make one disclosure. A couple of weekends ago, I met with residents Mark Homan, Jill Curcio, and Stacy Walter. These are residents who live on the 400 block of Orange Avenue, and they wanted to share some concerns that they had with me. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Gallegos. For starters, could you please put up the slide that had the first floor plan?
Yes, 1 second.
Mayor, excuse me, but should we do external contacts, all of us, before we engage further, or do you want to wait until we speak individually?
So I was gonna ask for that before the discussion, but you can do it at any time as long as it's done before we close the public hearing. It has to be done during the public hearing.
Are you seeing the classrooms?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you.
So in particular, I'm looking at the restrooms. Looks like there is one men's room and one women's room, both of those having one stall. So is it correct for me to say that there are a total of 2 stalls for a facility that is intended to have 75 students and 10 staff members?
Yes, so that was a potential concern that was raised by members of the public earlier in the process with the Planning Commission. the project plans were reviewed by the building inspector. This particular project was originally constructed to be a classroom space, and at the time of construction, it does meet the requirements for a school, and there are no proposed modifications occurring to the structure itself.
Okay, so
no changes to the bathrooms are required, and no proposed additions to bathrooms are required under the building code.
what about under any of the other codes that govern schools? Is there, my understanding is that the school is a heritage school, so it is exempt from certain requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay,
I should clarify.
Please.
So I should clarify in that the city regulations regarding zoning regulations and general plan policies do not speak to registering heritage schools, and does not speak to licensing daycare facilities. That is left, daycare facilities are left to the Department of Social Services in the state of California, and heritage schools requirements are requirements that are implemented by the California Department of Education. And city doesn't have any particular policies that we could enforce to mandate compliance with either Department of Education's policies or the California Department of Social Services policies, or Title 12, which is specific to social services.
Thank you.
So maybe I can step in here too, just so if there's going to be lots of questions about this, what is before you tonight is a land use permit. It's not a school registration or a school licensing or a daycare licensing permit or registration permit. It's just the land use. And so what you need to do is you need to review it as a land use decision and look at the findings that need to be made under the Los Altos code for the CUP for this project. So that is really the scope of all of the council. You know, you brought it up, Councilmember Weinberg, but I'm letting all the council members know that what is before you tonight is this use permit, and it is a land use permit, and we don't get into the licensing, and we don't license or regulate schools or the daycare. That's another jurisdiction. We do use permits, but that's the location, that's the parking requirements, that's noise requirements, that's, you know, the use, the land use that could impact neighbors. And I can let Sean or Mr. Biggs add to that, but we need to really focus our consideration on the findings for the use permit. That's my suggestion tonight.
Okay, so Jolie, am I correct then in saying that it's not appropriate for the council to consider whether we think the facilities are adequate for the intended use?
I think you need to say, is the school facility, is the school facility a land use that can meet these use permit findings? And if you were going to deny it, you would need to make findings why this land use is not acceptable, or you cannot make the findings. And I'll let Mr. Biggs chime in here too. It's, if you think that there aren't sufficient bathroom facilities, or you think that the classrooms are too small, that's not really a land use decision.
Okay. And also you need to look at it in the context of the laws that we can enforce and the rules that we can enforce. And those for this particular land use application are the building codes. And as Mr. Gallegos mentioned, our building official has looked at this, and because there are no alterations to the building itself, it's just a change in use. That change in use does not require that additional bathrooms be installed. Our code looks at it and says that what is there now is sufficient for the use that you're considering through this use permit process.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you. Let me go on to some other questions then. Mr. Gallegos, you said that outdoor activity is going to be limited to the courtyard between the sanctuary and the classrooms. Is that right?
Yes, that's the proposal, is for outdoor activities to be limited to the courtyard.
Okay, on the conditions attached to the proposed resolution, condition number 4 says that the private school is not going to permit students outdoors for activities or play during the hours of operation. So that seems to be in conflict.
Yeah, that is, I apologize, that is an error. It should state that that outdoor activities are permitted within the courtyard of the school. Originally, in staff's proposal to the Planning Commission, the original recommendation from staff was not to recommend outdoor play activities at the site. The Planning Commission recommended that outdoor activities do occur at the site, and so that should have been revised. I apologize.
Okay. And then also looking at the conditions of approval, number 2 has the hours of operation for the school between 8:30 and 6, but I thought they were going to limit their use between noon and 6.
Yes, so the program itself functions from 12 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. In the original proposal, the applicant proposed an 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. program. The applicant had met privately with the surrounding neighbors, and due to input from neighbors, modified the proposal so that it was limited purely to a 12 to 6 programming. And so it should only be limited to 12 to 6 p.m.
Okay, so the conditions would have to be modified to say that, right?
Yes, I apologize. Yes.
Okay, I have more questions, but I think I'll wait until after the applicant gives a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So a couple questions for clarification for you. So this has had, well, obviously there's lots of information we got on this, and it spanned quite a long time period. So let me just clarify. These programs are at some points all just.
You're breaking up a little, just so you know.
Okay, sorry. I don't know why that does that. Is this better?
It is. I think it's when you hold your head down.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll hold my paper up so I can look. So in terms of this, some of the terminology, the programs are described as after school programs, but there's also a kindergarten program. School programs actually is that correct?
I didn't hear completely your question. I'm sorry.
You broke up at the end, Sally, so my theory is wrong because you had your head up and you were breaking up still.
Okay.
But I could partially respond. So so this is a private school with 2 programs, really. One is a kindergarten program and one is an after-school program. Both of them are cultural programs. And the applicant could speak to the cultural programming that will occur at the site. The kindergarten program is limited to a particular age group, and the after-school programming is limited to another age group up to 6th grade.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Yes, okay. So the kindergarten program is an actual kindergarten, despite how it's variously referred to. Kindergarten. Which brings up, and the vans are going to be used to take the children to school. But if this is a kindergarten school, are those kids really, I can understand the after school kids being transported in the vans from their schools, but are the kindergarten kids being transported in vans, or are their parents dropping them off, or is this a question for the applicant?
No, according to the applicant and their traffic management plan and their submittal application from the applicant, the kindergarten students are being transported by vans to the school after the end of their, I believe, morning kindergarten program at a school, a nearby schools. And the applicants are available. The applicant, an individual from FCC are available, and the traffic consultant is available to answer any questions also.
Okay. Then one final question. This is for City Attorney Houston. I think she's sort of answered it, but I just want to hear it directly. So, Joey, you agree that this is a heritage school?
I understand that that's the county's determination. That wouldn't be our, or the Department of Social Services have declared it a heritage school. So I didn't look any further. I mean, we don't regulate schools and we don't regulate them through a land use. So if they claim that it's exempt as a heritage school, I'm going to rely on that.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Councilmember Meadows. Any ex parte disclosures, since Councilmember Weinberg has already started that?
Oh, yes. I forgot to mention that. I also met with a couple of the neighbors, Mr. Homan and Ms. Walter, this week or so.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Liang.
I would like to disclose that I had ex parte conversations with the two residents regarding their concerns of the program coming in there, Mr. Holman and Stacy as well. So my questions is for the city attorney. So to the city attorney, I noticed that we have some clear conditions of approval. So obviously the conditions of approval have stated that the school is permitted to have up to 75 students and 10 staff members. If we do not feel that number, could we reduce that number? If we feel the site is not adequate, could we change that number?
If you're going to reduce, oh, now I'm freezing up.
That's number 3 on the condition of
No,
approval.
I froze up. If you're going to reduce the number of students, you would need to have, I think you would need to make findings of, based on substantial evidence why it needs to be reduced.
Okay, but if we brought findings, we could do so.
Yes, if you can make the findings and they're not arbitrary or capricious and you're just not saying we think it's too big or there's too many students, I think, I mean, you could propose findings and I'd try to help you with those, but right now there doesn't seem to be any evidence of traffic impacts. So if that's where you would like to go, you can make some findings and I can review them.
Okay. The other thing is, you said that we cannot state anything regarding the classrooms, right? But we have to ensure that they follow CDC guidelines based on COVID and all that is going on. So if Sean could bring up the first floor plan that he had done for Councilmember Weinberg, greatly appreciate that. Or Mr. Biggs, anybody could bring that up?
They would have to comply with state and local orders for CBD.
But I have a question. So if we could bring up that floor plan, that would be appreciated. Okay, so the kindergarten is going to be in room 102. And I think it reads under their maximum 14 attendees. That's what I read. Am I not seeing that correctly? It says in nursery, room 102, nursery classroom, maximum 14 attendees. Is that correct? Somebody can answer me? Otherwise,
That's what you read on the screen, yes.
okay. So.
No, that's to Vice Mayor Liang.
I'm not
so-
vice mayor, but council member.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Liang, I apologize. So room 102, which is the nursery, is intended to have a maximum of 20 students. Room 101, 112, 113, and 117 in total are supposed to have a total of 55 students. The applicant could speak to the number of students that are being proposed for each of the classrooms. The total number of students for the entire site is 75.
Yeah, but I guess when I read the information, it stated that there would be 20 kindergarteners and that would be located in room 102. And then when I saw this floor plan, it stated 14 max. So my concern was in making sure we meet COVID regulations and requirements, and that we had the teacher in addition to the students that would exceed the maximum 14. So that was my concern. Could you help me understand that?
Certainly.
So-
The project would need to comply with state, local, or county
CDC requirements.
EDC requirements and appropriate COVID protection measures. So even though it's possible you could grant this use permit up to the maximums that have been requested, they would still need to maintain and make sure that their classrooms and the occupancy of the classrooms and the separation distance between the student workspaces and desks and the teachers complies with all of those requirements. It's sort of in a constant state of change, but they nonetheless need to comply with those.
So another question, thank you so much for clarifying that. Another question regarding the traffic. When the study was performed, was that done so under the COVID understanding that there's going to be a limitation of students in a vehicle because of COVID? And did that study include additional trips because you're going to have less children in the vehicles? So you're going to have to make more trips. Do you understand? Like what a van could normally carry 8 people, but it'll probably carry 4 to 5 because, you know, it's got to have proper social distancing and everything and safety requirements. Did the study accommodate for that?
I understand that the traffic consultant that prepared the traffic studies is here this evening with the applicant group, and that would be a really good question for them to get some details on how and when they conducted that study and the impacts of the COVID situation on their studies.
Okay, why don't I wait for them to do their presentation and I'll have further questions then. Thank you so much, John, and thank you, Sean. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang. So Mr. Gallegos and Mr. Biggs, I do have a couple of questions as well. And I'll start with the enforcement of no parking on Orange Avenue. How are we going to ensure that parents, drivers are not parking on Orange Avenue?
So there is a program that the applicants have proposed, which is also incorporated in your packet. The parents of the individual children that will be attending are required to sign an agreement with the school, which does stipulate that they're not permitted to park on Orange Avenue. In addition, there is a condition of approval that does not allow parking on Orange Avenue. If the city does receive a code enforcement complaint, then we would, through the code enforcement department and the police department, enforce that particular condition of approval and require their compliance.
So the enforcement will be complaint driven.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what I might add as well, that another condition of approval requires that the planning commission review the use permit 1 year after the date of operation. So that will be another opportunity for us to bring forward to the planning commission any complaints that we've received and give the public an opportunity to weigh in as well about what they've experienced the prior year.
And then my other question has to do with the available parking spots that were identified on Lincoln Avenue. Are those reserved spots for the Chinese school, or other members of the public and residents and visitors of the residents can use those spots as well?
Members of the parking spaces along Lincoln Avenue in front of the three groups of churches are available for the public. And they're available for the churches. In the 1990s, this particular site came forward with a use permit application, and as part of that application, the city council at that time acknowledged that the parking spaces in that area were intended to be used by the churches, and there is a long history that staff did find indicating that that was the intention. However, it is available for the public also.
Thank you. And then in the findings, finding number 2, it mentions that this is a needed community facility. And I'm not disputing that anecdotally, but I'm curious whether or not a study was done to determine that this facility is a needed community facility.
No, the municipal code does not have any stipulations requiring or providing thresholds for determining the necessity for requirements for community facilities. And so, no, we did not.
I think that would be a good question to ask the applicant, to get that evidence from the applicant.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney. And then the last question I have has to do with the barrier. And I know the Complete Streets Commission had addressed this as well, and we saw a picture of what I'm assuming is the proposed barrier. And as I'm asking the question, I actually think this is a question for the applicant. So I will withdraw that question and I'll save it for the applicant. That's it for me with questions for staff. I will disclose on the record that I also met with Jill, I cannot pronounce her last name, Krusikow, Mark Homan, and Stacy, and I heard from other residents in the community regarding this project. Vice Mayor Enander.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start by saying I also met with the same 3 community members as the mayor and council member Weinberg. However, I did not learn anything there that is not otherwise on the public record as of this evening's public hearing. I have one quick question only, or 2-part question for, I believe, the city attorney. And that is, can you confirm that this use permit is actually granted to the church rather than the school? It is my recollection from a couple of other that I've seen is that the use permit is to the facility owner, but I'm a little confused and it didn't seem to me to be terribly clear in the resolution.
I'll let staff chime in, but the use permit runs with the land. And so the applicant was the property owner, but the applicant was the school, but the church would be also on the application. They gave their consent for it, correct? I didn't look at that part of the application. So Sean, you and John, who was the applicant?
Yes, that is. Yes, the applicant was the church, FCC, and John Miller. The application was both by the church and by the school. So,
yes.
And I've been working only directly with the church itself.
So my question is, since there's a review and enforcement question, who actually is the use permit granted to, and therefore where would our enforcement, were there to be any, who would we be dealing with? So I'm just trying to be really clear here.
The property owner, the church.
The property owner, okay. And then the other is with regard to the comments that the city attorney has made on the scope of this being a land use decision. Do we have anything in our code that allows us to verify that the school operating under this use permit have the appropriate licenses, or can we place a condition that they have to have a license in good standing with the appropriate state officials?
I think that would come under, we could add a condition that they need to obtain all necessary permits and abide by all federal, state, and local laws. And that would catch everything.
Okay, but at this time, I don't know it that we have any of that. And my question is, have we ever asked for that in any of the other places where we have approved a use permit for the operation of a similar kind of activity?
You're correct. I don't know that we have, I have not run across anything like that in our municipal code.
Yeah,
But I agree with the city.
usually if it's a daycare that's subject to county or state regulations or licensing, we don't require it because they're required to get it before they can operate. So it would be a redundant condition. But if you want to make sure that they do comply with all the licensing and permit requirements, you can add that. And the applicant may say, no, they don't want to accept that. But to be a use permit, that would be a reasonable condition that they abide by all license permits, federal, state, and local laws.
And it's just simply never occurred to me on the couple of other of these that I've considered, but it did occur to me that we might want to make that a routine requirement for similar applications in the future. Thank you. I'll hold the rest.
Councilmember.
Sorry, Sean.
So I did go to the Department of Education site for Heritage School, which does have a search engine to confirm that this school has applied for a Heritage School application. So that has been submitted. They also provided me a copy of their application for submittal to them. That's in process with the state.
Would that be for this site? Because my understanding is that they operate elsewhere. So
it's for this site, 461 Orange.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Vice Mayor Enander. I don't see any other hands from council members. And so now I will turn it over to the applicant, who will have up to 10 minutes to present. Is the applicant here? Yes, I see. Okay. So go ahead. And 10 minutes, City Clerk.
I have unmuted myself. Has it worked?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make one quick comment before I start with the presentation. Excuse me. The kindergarten program is an after-school program. So kindergartens normally have a morning session and an afternoon session. So after these children have their morning session, they will be brought in vans subject to COVID rules to the school for an after-school program. So it's nothing different from the rest of the school. So I'm really here to present for your approval the permit application allowing the Los Altos Chinese School to use a portion of the underutilized space at Foothills Congregational Church. And I'll be happy to answer questions. And I've heard many good questions that I'm happy to answer. This land use approval is not limited to the period when we're under COVID restrictions. So limiting the approval to what would be possible under COVID restrictions is, in my opinion, not appropriate. Basically, we will abide by all the COVID restrictions. And frankly, that may mean at this time that we couldn't open the school if we had your approval. I do understand Santa Clara County has moved another tier, but that limit is still 50%. And it's questionable whether the school can operate at all. And the Los Altos School District will make some important decisions. And that will determine whether this school can operate, even though it's permitted. So as Sean pointed out, this church was first built in 1914. So it predates all the houses in the neighborhood, or nearly all of them. It was constructed as an Episcopal church. And when they moved, when All Saints moved, my congregation purchased, and it became our location. The purchase date was 1961, which is a fair time ago. Since we acquired the site, we've been very active in Los Altos community affairs, hosting groups at our facilities, groups such as the Boy Scouts, the League of Women Voters, Alcoholics Anonymous, choral groups, and other community-based groups. For some years, it hosted a homeless shelter program, cooperating with other churches in the area, and it was sponsored by the Community Services Association, to which, by the way, this church makes very substantial donations as part of its charitable community outreach program. We believe that service to the community that we provide is an important part of what we are called to do as a church. Some of the groups pay for their usage, and that financial payment is of benefit to the church. Many groups do not make a payment, and we don't ask them for a payment. The Los Altos Chinese School, as Sean pointed out, was located at the Hillview Community Center. When that center was demolished to make way for the new community center, there was no place for the children being served at that location. And this new space that's being created will not provide enough space for these children. So since that time, the church, the school has been meeting not at our church, but at the Lutheran Church. And of course, since the COVID regulations came in, they've been meeting virtually. So I just wanted to comment that the Heritage School concept is one which has special recognition in the codes. It's not governed by Title II, 22, nor by Title V of the Education Code. And the school will be fully compliant with all the rules governing its operation, and it is already registered as required by law. The same organization provides similar opportunities for other Los Altos children, and there are 9 locations working in cooperation with the Los Altos School District. So there is an obvious and substantial need for this kind of programming. Could you put up slide 3? There we go. Thank you. So there are pictures of a diagram of the church facilities and pictures. What I'd like you to do is to focus on the left is a picture of the courtyard. So you can see it's relatively enclosed. Up on the upper right-hand corner, you can see the Lincoln Avenue entrance. So you can see again where that archway is a natural place if a barrier were required for one to be placed. The bottom picture shows the entrance to the courtyard and to the church from Orange Avenue. Again, you can see a natural place for a barrier. So we really believe that the children are very safe, and we have taken care to manage the traffic impacts on the neighborhood. And obviously we can't start until Los Altos schools are open full-time for in-person learning, because we work in conjunction with the schools. Could you show slide 4? So traffic is a major concern for our neighbors, and we believe it's a minor impact and managed well by our traffic management plan. Exhibit 4 shows the area around Foothills Congregational Church and around St. Nicholas Catholic Church. We are neighbors. And it shows the proposed flow of traffic. So Lincoln Avenue is a divided street. And so there's a barrier in between the 2 lanes of traffic. So the thought is, for most people using, and certainly the way I always go, is to come down Lincoln Avenue, park, and when I leave the church, I make that quasi U-turn, come back the other way. It's the most convenient way to go. So the other thing to note is that we made a study of the addresses of the children who are now being served or are proposed to be served, and 65 of them, 65% live in the either Los Altos Hills or the northern part of Los Altos. So it would be convenient, and the only way that you really want to go is to come out Main Street, which has a very limited impact on University Avenue. The other 35%, some of them are likely to go down University Avenue because they would be traveling toward El Monte. Now they have a choice. They could go to Main Street and get onto the Foothill Expressway there. It seems to us that the major concern is traffic moving on Main Street toward El Monte on University Avenue, and during rush hours between 4 and 6 p.m. The morning drop-off or the mid-afternoon drop-off is at a very low volume of traffic. The problem the neighbors experience is the cut-through traffic. And of course, we're hoping with them that the new intersection at El Monte and Foothill Expressway will unplug that stoppage or block in traffic, so that there will be less reason to take the cut through.
And Mr. Miller, I know you can't see the clock, but you have 1 minute left.
Okay. So the barrier was asked about, and it's pictured in the lower left-hand corner. It's the kind of barrier that you see if you go to Costco or Home Depot when they're moving with forklifts, moving large quantities of load. It can be moved back and forth. And we would be willing to use that barrier, although it may create a safety hazard in case of a problem, an earthquake or other natural disaster. So we don't know whether the fire department would approve such a thing if we were to install it. I wanted to just take a moment, if I could, just to say that we've made a lot of changes in our original application after working with the neighbors to see if we could persuade them that this would not be as bad as they anticipated. And this slide that Sean put up for me shows the things that we did do. We eliminated the morning kindergarten program, eliminated 15 students, restricted the hours, which originally we wanted 8 to 6. We added a traffic monitor. We added a card requirement. Each car will have a placard identifying the car as a Los Altos Chinese school car. and we're willing to install a temporary barrier if the fire department would approve it and if you deem it necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much. So next in the process, and I know members of the public are listening in and waiting to comment, is for council to ask the applicant questions, and then we'll go to public comment. Based on the time and the norms, the council norms I'd mentioned earlier, I do want us to check in and look at our agenda to see if we believe we'll be able to cover all these items tonight. I would like to propose that unless I hear from Mr. Kilger that the housing element annual status report must be heard tonight, that we continue that item. In case there are members of the public who are here wanting to talk to that item, they will know now that we will not be doing it tonight, and we'll continue it to a future meeting. So Mr. Kilger.
Yes, my understanding is the report is due by April 1st to the state, but it can't, we have a 60-day grace period. Is that correct, John?
That's correct. We can certainly give them the report and then come back to them with the resolution.
Excellent. Thank you.
Period.
Okay, so based on the time, we had a lengthy public comment at the beginning, and I anticipate we will have that for this item and possibly Halsey House. I'd like to propose that we continue the housing element annual status report to the next meeting on April 17th. And the city attorney, Vice Mayor Enander, you have your hand raised. City attorney, unless you have concerns with us doing that. Any objections from council? Okay, so members of the public, if you're listening in and you are here to speak on item 11, the housing.
I have another thing about continuing, if we're talking about continuing.
So let me finish first, Councilmember Leanne. So members of the public, we're going to continue the housing element annual status report to the next council meeting on April 13th. So thank you. Councilmember Liang.
Do we need to address number 10 tonight? I don't think we need to address number 10 tonight.
So this is the second time this item has been on the agenda, and it should be a quick item, and I think we will have time to cover it. We can do a check-in at 11 to see if there's council support to hear it tonight. But based on the timing and where we are, I think we'll be able to cover it, and it should be a quick item. There's no staff report. So with that, we're going to come back to Mr. Miller. And again, I know members of the public are listening in. We can do questions to Mr. Miller. I see 5 hands raised, and then take or break after members of the public have commented on the item. Any objections to that? Okay, seeing none, I will now ask my colleagues if they have any questions for Mr. Miller. Vice Mayor Enander.
Hi, Mr. Miller. Thank you so very much for coming and for all the information that you've shared and for the effort that has been put forward, which has obviously been very substantial in putting this application together and meeting with the neighbors. I have just one quick question for you, and that is, there are, I believe, some other activities at the church. One thing that's been mentioned is and I know nothing's working, nothing's happening right now because of COVID, but in a normal environment that I believe Cantabile rehearses at your church. And is there, can you just tell us what other activities would be going on, and were those activities included in the traffic analysis and the baseline traffic counts for that traffic analysis report?
Am I on?
You are.
Okay. Yes, there are other activities. Cantabile is the major one. and yes, they are an afternoon, primarily afternoon and early evening activity. And that was necessarily included in the traffic study, because the traffic study was done before COVID hit. And so that operation was in effect.
That operates, I think the traffic counts were done in August of 2019. And it wasn't
Correct.
clear to me if they are active in the summer or not. So that's why I asked.
They are not active in the summer, but school had already started before this traffic study was done. So they were meeting. We have things like the Parkinson's support group that meet regularly. We have another adult choir that meets on the weekend. The primary, and we have various of our groups meeting during the day. We have a Bible study group, as you might anticipate. We have another study group that meets. So we have lots of activities in the church. Those are primarily in the morning, however, and do not conflict with this proposed use or the historic use that we have made of the buildings. Is that I'm hoping I got all of your
Can
questions.
you give me just a ballpark number of Cantabile?
Number of children in that?
Right.
It's about 100, I think it's 130.
And their arrival and departure does not coincide with the school arrival and departure?
They are primarily in the parish hall, which is a bigger facility. And so the parking is generally focused around the area of the parish hall.
Thank you.
And there is some conflict in one area, which we will, it involves 18 students in the area where the Chinese school will be operating. So, and that's a 4:30 arrival, 3:30 for setup and 4:30 arrival. Many of the Los Altos Chinese school students will be gone by then, particularly the kindergarten students have other activities after they finish this learning session. The core of the program usually takes about an hour and a half.
Thank you. That answers my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And someone needs to go on mute. Councilmember Liang.
I'm going to expand on some of that questioning regarding the traffic. And you heard my question earlier, Mr. Miller. So based on also the date that the study was conducted, it didn't accommodate for the amount of social distancing required for the students in the cars. Is that correct? If
That's
your
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And we think this is we shouldn't be focusing on the current regulations of COVID. This application would extend well beyond the anticipated time that COVID will not be a factor in our society. When that will be, I have no idea. I mean, it might be in 2021, it might be at the end of 22. But the approval would then still be effective. In the meantime, obviously, if we were able to go forward, we would have to observe all of the COVID restrictions.
Correct.
But if we're limited in the cars, we're going to be so limited in the classroom numbers, we'll not be able to have, it's very possible that just those restrictions in classroom numbers will make the school unviable, because you need a certain number of students in order to pay for the staff necessary to teach them.
My next question is, you identified some of the other programs, the Parkinson Support Group and the Bible Study. What are the hours and what are the numbers related to those programs and any programs on site?
The Bible Study group is about 9, could be 10, or could be 12 on a certain day. The Parkinson's Support Group is last I saw was about 8 people. The other study group is a larger group, meeting in the morning, so not in conflict with the proposed use. And that group can be up to 30 people.
Okay. The other thing is the fencing that I had concerns about, a more permanent. Would you be opposed to a more permanent fencing?
I don't think it's necessary. It depends on what you mean by permanent fencing. The barrier that I thought would work serves the purpose of holding an errant child from wandering out into the street. And so I don't see why that has to be affixed to the wall and drawn back and forth, why it couldn't roll in and out. So I don't like, and I don't think our congregation would like, a barrier to preventing us from coming to our church. So we need something that would retract fully when the children are not there. So the design is the problem, I guess, is the answer to your question. And I'm happy to work on a design that achieves the end. As I say, I'm a little worried about the safety aspects of having a fence, a barrier that would prevent the children from leaving the courtyard in the event of a fire or earthquake. So there are pros and cons to the fence, and you have to decide what you think. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Got it, Councilmember Liang. Okay, thank you. So thanks for your presentation, Mr. Miller, and thanks for being so candid with us. Really appreciate it.
And thank you for the time.
On the barrier that Councilmember Liang just raised, I also have concerns about the proposed barrier. It doesn't look sturdy. I have young kids. I have friends with many young kids, and I can see them easily getting around that type of barrier. And so, I don't have a proposal about what an alternative barrier would look like, but definitely something that's not easily movable by kids, or kids are able to get around it. When I see the proposed barrier, I can see different ways kids can get around and under and over that barrier. So have you looked into more permanent barriers that will open for church services on Sunday, but during the week when you have this program, you could actually close it and lock it to prevent kids from going out and exiting onto Orange Avenue?
If you think that's appropriate, then we have to consider the design. And I haven't gone beyond the search for this particular design, which I thought was fine, but if you don't think it's fine, we don't want to close off the church to our members during the morning when no children are there.
Right.
Or on Sunday morning when hopefully someday we'll be able to come back into the sanctuary.
Thank you. And then my last question, it goes back to the community need for these services. And as you mentioned, we have a fair number of Chinese schools, after school programs in our community. We're fortunate that way. And so was an actual study done to determine that this is a needed community facility?
What we know is that these children that were being served at Hillview cannot be placed in any of the 9 existent programs, which are limited to the students of those particular Los Altos schools. So the Bullis Charter School people, for example, and Pinewood, there's not space for this program to operate on their campuses. And this is a very important project to preserve the heritage aspects of Chinese language, Chinese culture, and Chinese traditions for children who have some Chinese ethnicity, but, don't speak Chinese, can't write Chinese, don't really know much about their culture, but want to have contact with that important part of their heritage. And they want to be able to speak to their grandparents sometimes, because many are of Chinese ethnicity. Not all, but a significant number. But
Right.
English is their first language, and they need this service.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Miller. And then just a follow-up, I said that was my last question. I think you mentioned since the closure of Hillview, they've been temporarily located at the Lutheran Church.
Yeah,
Is that not available for a permanent location?
it isn't suitable for a permanent location. There is a kindergarten program there, and the space is very tight, and they really can't stay there. The church has found that it's just too crowded, and has indicated that they can't use it anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. So I don't see any more hands raised. And as we said at the beginning of these questions, we would go to public comment and then take our normal break and then come back. So seeing no more hands raised, Councilmember Weinberg, do you have questions for the applicant?
I do, Mayor. Sorry, I'm having technical problems.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But Mr. Miller, thank you very much for the presentation. My questions are actually similar to the mayor's. I'm really concerned about the fence as well, and my concerns are not just what's already been raised, but a couple of others. That accordion style fence is not going to stop a ball or some kind of an errant toy that makes its way out of the courtyard. I would think that it would be much more suitable to the community to have some kind of fencing that is not so easy for a ball to go by. So something that has more structure to it. And another reason that I really kind of favor the idea of something more permanent is that it would act as a disincentive during pickup and drop off for parents to stop on Orange Avenue. If there was a gate there that was closed all the time, parents wouldn't be tempted to go on Orange Avenue despite having signed any kind of an agreement. Also, where are these accordion fences, assuming you went with that, where would they be stored, and who would be responsible for setting them up, ensuring that they were in the proper location, and then breaking them down and taking them out of the way?
We're the property owner, so that's our responsibility.
And you have space for that?
We have space.
Okay. And then to follow up, one more question on something the mayor brought up. With respect to the Lutheran Church, I saw pictures of it and I drove by it. It has its own enclosed parking lot. It has an enclosed play area. Has the school asked whether they could stay there, or did it make the determination on its own that there wasn't going to be enough space?
No, they were told by the church that they needed to find an exit for their agreement.
Okay, so the Lutheran Church told the school that they couldn't stay there.
Right.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I have nothing further, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. So seeing no more hands, we will go to members of the public. Okay, I see 10 hands raised, so we'll go ahead and give each speaker 2 minutes.
Should I be muted?
That would help. Thank you, Mr. Miller. So City Clerk, let's go ahead and give each speaker 2 minutes.
Okay, our first speaker is Stacy Walter.
Hi, good evening. Thank you to the council members for coming to the facility to hear some of the neighbors' concerns. We truly appreciate that. The council is considering a conditional use permit for the church, but the CUP will remain with the church even if the proposed tenant leaves. So you would be indefinitely granting a CUP, inclusive of the many exemptions of a heritage school, to other schools who potentially might operate later at FCC. No matter who you grant the CUP to, I believe you must consider the safety of the children on such an inappropriate school site. Former LASD board member Doug Smith wrote the following to council. The FCC site has far too many shortcomings to be a suitable school. The site lacks the essential elements needed to mitigate danger to those children. I think the most important thing is that we aren't using the space we already have available. I would implore the school to work with LASD to lease space on LASD sites. This would eliminate the need to move these kids around and could leverage facilities already approved to the higher standard for school use. FCC would be the only school site in Los Altos with half the acreage of other schools. FCC would be the only school site in Los Altos without the minimum setbacks from the street as set forth in the city's municipal code. It would be the only school site in Los Altos without off-street parking or a safe area to drop off and pick up students. FCC would be the only school site in Los Altos without permanent safety fencing. And FCC would be the only school site in Los Altos without an adequate outdoor play area. So instead of approving an exception to a non-conforming site, I would encourage the council to establish some baseline safety guidelines for all schools operating in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. And then I'll remind everybody, and City Clerk, I said 2 minutes. I think pursuant to the norms, I think we do 3 minutes, but of course, speakers don't have to use the entire time, similar to what Ms. Walter did. And so we can move to the next speaker.
Okay, I've got it 2 minutes, and our next speaker is Stephen Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks very much. Just following on Stacy's comments, I'm going to speak to a specific issue that we believe, there are 60 residents of the area that signed a joint letter to the council that I think you've all read. We believe that the town is opening itself to significant risk of litigation if this CUP is approved. The risk of litigation against the town, it could potentially be against an accident that happens in the area. And what I find interesting about the dialogue that just occurred is that the idea of child safety, or the phrase child safety, only came up when Mr. Miller talked about evacuation plans for a fire or earthquake. It did not talk about the issue of child safety on the streets, to Mr. Weinberg's comments around a ball dropping out into the street. So that's our major concern as the residents of the neighborhood. Our neighborhood group consulted with legal counsel around the possible risk of litigation against the town. And we were quickly pointed to a number of cases where significant litigation was brought around lack of proper traffic and street safety relating to use of private property. For an example, the use of church facilities where a person was injured crossing a street adjacent to a church went to the California Supreme Court in Valenco versus Grace Family Church in 2018. And the issue was around whether the church had responsibility for deploying safety measures on a public street when they had opened their facilities to invited groups. This case was successfully litigated up through the California State Court of Appeals that found the church was liable for inadequate safety purposes. So we believe that the church and the town are opening themselves up to potential litigation if an accident happened here. And given all the exemptions that they're getting for all the rules that apply to a school, they're really opening themselves to hand a litigator their case on a platter if a child, unfortunately, would be injured as a result of lack of safety issues in this particular unique site.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Our next speaker is Dave Hurd.
Thank you. First off, I'm totally in support of this project. Let me give you some history. This high-quality Chinese school was at Hillview Community Center, as you learned, before it was torn down. And my two kids have been attending for a combined 10 years, now remotely. Pre-COVID-19, these classes were at Los Altos Lutheran and also at several of the local public elementary schools, including Oak and Allman. The school district offers these Chinese school classrooms to accommodate after-school programs for its students. The church served the half-day kindergarten programs and the after-school programs for private schools and charter school kids primarily. Now, Foothill has a huge parking lot, as you've all seen, and easy in and out access. And I learned tonight that the kinder program was canceled in the morning. It's very disappointing to me. considering that most or many of you probably sent your kids to kindergarten in Los Altos, and you know that there's a morning and an afternoon program. God bless the parents who have to deal with this now. Critical to this conversation is this: the neighbors of the church personally chose to live right next to 3 different churches: First Church Christ Scientist, Foothills Church, and St. Nicholas. And also 3 major Los Altos parks: Shoup, Redwood Grove, and Lincoln Park. In addition to the Chamber of Commerce. Go figure that Los Altos residents want and need to use these important city assets. And this fence, give me a break. All of you should go and at least drive by and look at this facility. These are little kids. There's a lot of teachers, and in fact, they should be walking over to Lincoln Park during their breaks to roll around in the grass. I'm just super annoyed, and these Orange Avenue residents, for instance, who have the loudest mouths. Should we consider racism here? Asian racism? Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Our next speaker is Mark Homan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
I'd just like to start off by addressing the last speaker with some background on myself. I have 3 children, the youngest of whom is 5, and all of them are multiracial. I want to be clear, as a representative of the neighborhood, in particular one that held compromise discussions with leaders of the church, that we would like to see heritage programs happen. We'd like to simply see them happen at facilities where it's safe to do so. So I personally object to the programs for kindergartners and school-age children on this site, having done a lot of research over the course of the last year and 60 hours of discussion with church members and residents. If the council sees fit, I would ask that they hold off on a decision tonight, because there is a proper site at Union Presbyterian Church that is willing and interested to talk with the director of the school about locating its school there. If the city council sees fit to make a decision tonight, I would ask that they limit the following conditions. I understand that as a heritage school, it's not required to apply Title 22, but I think there's some important subset of Title 22 that would dramatically increase the safety of this program. The first would be to limit it to 30 students. That would be the limit by Title 22 based on 2 bathrooms. I would ask that they require that it adhere to Title 22 Statute 101-215.1, which requires a child care center director to be on site each day that it's in operation. To require, again, Title 22, straightforward, minimum of 4 feet of fencing at each courtyard entrance to Lincoln Ave and Orange Ave, plus fully surround any play areas. And to go further on the traffic management by repainting Lincoln Ave parking spaces as a dedicated pickup drop-off area, install a contiguous 4-foot physical barrier between that drop-off and the traffic on Lincoln Ave South to prevent students or their siblings from darting into traffic. So I'm not talking about pylons. Require all students, parents, and siblings to remain in their cars until they're in the pickup and drop-off area, and have a written plan requiring that vehicles depart and enter and exit on Lincoln and not Sherman or any other street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Our next speaker is Harissa.
Hello there, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much for giving me the time. I'm actually one of the residents that lives right across the 2 beautiful churches that we have on Orange Avenue. I just wanted to give you some personal experiences here. I have a toddler boy who's very enthusiastic and playful. We love our neighborhood. We love we love the parks. We love the churches. We love the fact that people come and enjoy the parks and the churches. But I have to tell you that as it is currently, I've had several really close calls with vehicles, having to, not only just with my child, but I've seen other parents as well. So my main concern from the heartfelt as a mother, and I know several members of the council members have children, is this is an accident waiting to happen. And hand on heart, if you really don't take some of these really reasonable considerations into account, there will be an accident. It's not if, there will be an accident, God forbid, that will happen. Because when you have such volumes going through that street that's not equipped for such a high traffic area, it's just a matter of when versus if. So please, really listen to some of the feedback that's on there. It's really heartfelt. It's very well intentioned. We want to do the right thing by the community, but also have it be safe. And please take the recommendations that the community have put forward in any type of consideration for this facility. And also, if it's possible, there are other facilities that have the right means to be able to support this valid request. So that's what I just wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Parissa.
Our next speaker is Bradamir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you.
Say it again, because
I live on Orange Avenue and I oppose the granting of the use permit to the church as it will negatively impact the neighborhood with much additional traffic that will cause additional exposure to accidents in a neighborhood that has many neighborhood kids who walk and ride their bikes, including my own, and it would impede traffic in and out of our neighborhood. We chose, the earlier speaker said that we chose to live next to churches, but when I moved in, presumably thought that there would be more traffic on Sundays, but I didn't expect that there would be all of these activities and now including a big school. Regarding the traffic, the church presented a self-serving traffic report that was taken on a slow traffic day and time, so it was meaningless, and the city did not, to my knowledge, prepare its own objective study. As City Councilwoman Eng suggested, this was not done within COVID conditions. Mr. Miller never answered her question. During the pandemic, more cars will be needed to transport the same number of students, as there'll be social distancing in cars. So even more cars will be coming in and out of our neighborhood, but that was never responded to. Other schools are in large churches with more land around them to shield the neighbors from the school. Here, the neighbors are right across the street, Orange Avenue being a really small street. Mr. Miller says he cares about his neighbors, but he's not our neighbor. He lives in another neighborhood. He says there will be no impact to the neighborhood, but he knows many neighbors oppose this. Many neighbors came to the public hearings and opposed this conditional use permit, but were met with patronizing remarks from the Planning Commission that the neighbors will get used to it and like it, and then recommended to this council to approve this permit. And now we're called racist by Dave. The church doesn't care about the neighbors. They just want the money from the school. Mayor Fligger brought up the question regarding whether there was a survey done that this was a really needed facility by the community. These students are coming from outside of the neighborhood, so I would argue it's not needed by this neighborhood. When I had my son in daycare, it was in a commercial neighborhood and not bothering residents. John Miller boasted the school's service to the community. The school will pay, the church will get paid, and the neighbors will suffer. That's going to be the arrangement. Another thing that should be investigated by the city is why the Lutheran Church asked the school to leave. The neighbors have heard that this is not because it is overcrowded, but because the school has not abided by its initial numbers. This same school operated illegally without a permit at the Foothills Church for 6 months before it was forcibly shut down. So I think that should be investigated by the council as to why they're being asked to leave. So the splitting about hairs about the use permit, about a land permit, all of the stuff about licensing, and the only thing that the city council could consider, I think we need to be more practical. At the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of kids here with very few bathrooms, and just because it's a heritage school, it doesn't mean the kids don't need to pee as much as kids who are not in a heritage school. So I don't see the relevance. Just in closing, approving this conditional use permit, it's a bad idea for the neighborhood, for the kids in the school. I respectfully ask the city council deny it. Thank you.
Thanks, Branimir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rosanna.
And I'll remind speakers, you can also say, I agree with the previous speaker.
Rosanna?
Like to concede my time to Mark Holman, please.
So Mark has already spoken, Rosanna, so you won't be able to cede your time to him, but you still have up to 3 minutes, or you can say you agree with what Mr. Holman said.
Sure, sure. Well, I am a resident here in Orange Avenue, and I love the church. I love everything around it. I love the schools, the parks and everything that brings the community together. However, I do feel strongly that on several occasions where I'm a disabled person and I have tried to park outside of my door, especially before COVID, and I had to park like half a mile away from my home in order to be able to get to my doorstep because there were so many cars parked everywhere, especially on a Sunday. And also for the factor that I have, a young grandchild who's quite active, sometimes runs out into the street. And a lot of people are very careful. They drive slowly, but there are a lot that don't really care. They just come around from the back of the church and use, they do a U-turn, they come around, they drive really fast. And I feel there's a safety factor attached to it. And right now, we haven't really heard very much about how they're going to deal with that situation. And also, I do agree with the barrier that you have mentioned earlier, that barrier that they're proposing is certainly not safe-proof. And definitely, if ever they did go ahead with it, a barrier which is, built and is sturdy, that kids cannot come and go whenever they want, to help for the safety section. And I would certainly decline the request for this permit for this school to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosanna.
Our next speakers are Daryl and Michael Shafran.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I live directly across from the church. And so I appreciate all of the churches in our area and the beauty of them and the architecture. And my main concern is that I'm a former teacher. And my main concern as a teacher was always the health and safety of the children. And it really appalled me when the city attorney said that she was not concerned with how many bathrooms the facility has for the children or the play yard for the children, because this is a land use permit. Well, if it's a land use permit, then why are we even talking about the school going in? It's just inappropriate to be saying that we can't talk about how many bathrooms for 75 children when you're at full capacity. I mean, that is just the most ridiculous thing. You have to have more bathrooms and you have to have a play area. And if it's raining out, they can't be in the courtyard. Where will they be? And they can't go to Shoup Park. It's dangerous walking all the way over there. And I'm really concerned about where they're going to play, where the children will play, the safety of them being in the schoolyard, and I mean in the courtyard, and not running out and without the proper fencing, and what's going to happen when on rainy days. And I agree with all the other speakers that were talking about, all of our neighbors who were talking about the traffic in the area. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Michael Shafran, can I get 3 minutes as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I would like to address, I believe that the school is not, it's not an appropriate place for this size of school. 75 kids with 2 bathrooms doesn't make any sense. It's just illogical for somebody to say, well, we don't really count that because it was done 1,000 years ago, and in those days we didn't care about how many kids were going to be in the school. Today there's Title 22, and I have no problem with the school if it abides by Title 22 because there are protections for the kids themselves. If Dave, who sends his kid to the school, doesn't care about his own children, I don't understand that. The traffic on the street is not conducive for children. The kids the cars that drive up and down Orange Avenue go at a rate of speed that's not safe. And if you're going to put a little gate on the children's playground, something that can be moved by anyone, including a workman or a tourist or anyone who just wants to cut through the church, how is that protect the children? And basically that's what we're talking about here, is protecting the children, not so much making money for the Los Altos Chinese School. They will make money. And if they decide that they're not making enough money, well, maybe 75 students isn't enough. Maybe they'll just increase it to 85 students or 95 students or however many students they want, because nobody's going to check on that. Those are my statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Our next speaker is Wendy Reynolds.
Thank you. My main concern is the traffic on Lincoln. For the neighbors in this area, that's our only emergency exit route. It's almost impossible to get out on University, especially with all the commute traffic. And I just, it just really worries me that the neighbors would not be able to get out in an emergency, especially it will be rush hour. So that was my concern. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello, I actually have a request. You continued item 10 to another meeting. Does that apply to the informational items that follow that?
No, and we continued item 11.
Oh, I'm sorry, 11. So the informational items will come up?
Yes.
Comment?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's all I had to ask.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roy Wang. Roy?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the time. Thank you for council members. I've been hearing the presentation and just want to chime in that I support the project. A couple points. I have 2 kids that go to public school. I live in Central Los Altos. I dropped off kids and I've been at the facility many, many times in the past. I've never personally had a parking issue. And we never took Orange or University after dropping off or picking up kids. We always took the Lincoln Avenue and went back to Foothill Freeway. So I understand the residents locally might think that this would increase traffic Orange Avenue, but realistically, that's just not the experience that I had. Lincoln Avenue has plenty parking spots and does not, to me, likely would influence the traffic on Orange Avenue. Second is, I just want to say that, I mean, from tonight, I heard a lot of presentations on facts from planning committee and from the city. I heard very little from the local residents other than conjectures on what might happen, fear mongering, and general nitpickiness on the fence design, all that. I think it's natural for us to, as humans, to play what ifs and all that, but unless you have findings and facts, we should acknowledge the hard work that City Commission did here, and with a lot of the traffic study with actual facts. And I want to personally attest to the situation I personally observed. I, as a parent of 2 kids, are just concerned about safety as anyone else. my kids have gone through Almond, Los Altos High, Bullis. The parking lot situations are worse than what Lincoln Avenue represents, and the kids are just fine. So I would just urge the council members to apply some actual standards and not just go by the human kind of feelings on what could happen and what the fence design should be. It's not our place, and I would urge it's not council's place to play engineers and come up with their own, fence designs. I would assume that John Miller and the school would be just incentivized to reduce risk and to come up with reasonable solutions here. And I did not hear that they would not do a fence. I heard that they would do a barrier of some sort. So I would say give them some trust, and we should all hope that everyone is looking out for the safety of the kids here. Thank you.
Thanks, Roy.
Our next speaker is John.
So I'm John Baer. I don't live in the area, but I'd like to provide a little bit of perspective. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Think about that quote for a second. As a city, we're really good at approving projects, but really bad at enforcing the conditions of use. As a commissioner, as a council, we make representations, promises, and commitments that we can't meet. We discount the concerns of residents. And I'm not speaking as conjecture. I spent 9 years on the Planning Commission, and let me give you a project where we did that. Pilgrim Haven, today known as the Terraces, came to us with a proposal. They told us they would have plenty of parking. The residents, the neighbors said no. We were going to create traffic. We were going to create parking on Pine Avenue. And the folks at Pilgrim Haven said, no, 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 we have plenty of parking. We have plenty of room for our staff. And so as a commission, we said, we're going to believe the people who are making the application. And the city council believed the people who are making the application. And I ask any of you to drive along Pine if not longer. We lied to the residents. We didn't do it intentionally, but we deceived them. We made promises, we made commitments that we as a community could not meet. I don't know whether you're going to approve this conditional use permit or not, but please don't make the same mistake that I made, my fellow commissioners made, and the city council made a decade ago. Don't do things that hurt the community, the residents who live here, who value the quality of life in this community. You need to be fair to them. And by the way, every airplane I've ever been on has more bathrooms per person than what is proposed here. 2 toilets for 75 people borders on torture. And I don't know if the city council controls that. I gather they don't, but that should not be allowed. And I'm shocked that parents of the students attending that school aren't up in arms about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. So I don't see any more hands raised. City Clerk?
No, I do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak.
Great, thank you. And so I'll bring it back to Council. Mr. Miller, if you're listening in, you are entitled to a 5-minute rebuttal. But as I said before we went to public comment, Council would take its normal break or a little later than normal. Council members, 10 minutes, 7 minutes, 5 minutes? 7. I see 7. Okay, so we will be back at 10 p.m.
Thank you. I would speak if I could.
Thank you.
Mhm.
We'll be back in 7 minutes. rebuttal time of 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, I see all council members. City Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
We will go ahead and resume the meeting at 10 p.m. And Mr. Miller, you have 5 minutes of rebuttal time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the questions and the concerns expressed both by the council and by the neighbors. First, I want to say that as to traffic safety, our procedure is that a parent must park the car, get out of the car, and go physically pick up his or her child and sign out, so that we think that parental supervision, whether they hold hands or not, will be provided by the parent responsible for the child getting back to the car. I have to acknowledge I made a mistake in terms of understanding the facts, just pretty ridiculous, but it is. The Los Altos Chinese School has been meeting at Grant Park rather than at the Los Altos Lutheran Church. And I was just, I don't know, I was wrong. And with regard to the bathroom issues, I just want to point out that you've looked at the lower floor diagram. There are 3 other bathrooms available within striking distance of that diagram. The one is upstairs. The other is just across the patio in the entrance to the sanctuary. And the third is in the church office. All of those are easy to get to. And a question for you, if we decided not to use the courtyard for outdoor play, that was our original suggestion, would fencing be necessary or required? One of the reasons we originally thought outdoor play was not necessary is that most of the students arrive around 3:30 and start leaving about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So they're not on campus very long. At most, it would be 3:30 to 6, so 2.5 hours, and that's just for the large majority. The kindergarten students, of course, would be there longer. Let me think if there's anything else. I think that's everything I need to say. I hope if my comments raise an additional question, I'd be happy to answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And that's exactly what we will do now. I'll see if our council members have any remaining questions. Councilmember Lee Eng, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, you just clarified that the program has been operating at Grant Park.
Yes.
And
but not
so,
during COVID, not during the COVID time,
correct.
obviously. Yeah.
Correct. Because I'm very familiar with the facilities at Grant Park, and I was not aware of any program operating at Grant Park, because prior to that, we had senior programming at that facility. So if you could clarify, or if we could have staff clarify, I would greatly appreciate it, because I have not seen that occur there.
Okay, it's my understanding from Jane Bai, the director, that that's where they met before COVID shut them down.
Staff is unaware that this school was located at public facilities. The planning division manages entitlements for private properties, and Park and Recreation Department would be the responsible department for reviewing applications for the use of public facilities. But we were not aware of it potentially using this space.
Thank you, Mayor. That was clear. I appreciate that.
No problem. Good. I'm glad you clarified that. So with that, thank you, Mr. Miller. We will close the public hearing, and then I'll bring it back to Council for discussion and decision. Okay. Who wants to
I
get?
have a couple clarifying questions I'd like to ask staff, and I didn't get to ask the applicant's traffic person, but we could always call them back. There was some statements, and I want staff to confirm for the record. There was a statement made that the Los Altos School District and a speaker somehow said that this is a non-conforming site and it shouldn't be used for a school purpose. I don't believe that this is a non-conforming site. It is a site under the city's zoning that can allow a church and schools with a use permit. Did you hear that comment? I believe it was made by a person named Stacy, and she said something about it being a non-conforming site, and why would we allow this non-conforming site to have a school or something like that? Did you hear that, Mr. Biggs? That was.
I did, and the site is smaller than our zoning standards require for the creation of a new site, but nonetheless, the site does have a use permit for the church facility, so it's considered a legal non-conforming use of the property.
Yes, and so that use permit allows it to be conforming because of the use permit. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for the record. There was another statement made that that this heritage school designation under the Ed Code would run with the land like the use permit. And so granting whatever we grant to this applicant would then, the heritage status school would run with the next school if they moved in. And I understand that that is not accurate as well, because that is a separate determination or a separate permit for the exemptions under the health and safety codes. So Sean, maybe you or John can clarify that, because I would like that to be clear for the record, that this heritage school determination will not go, will go away if the Chinese school goes away. Is that my accurate determination?
Yes, our understanding is that the heritage school determination runs with the actual school facility. It doesn't run with the land. The use permit, however, runs with the land. So if, let's say, another school were to come in and use this use permit that has been granted to the property, that school, in addition to complying with all the conditions of approval for the use permit, would have to get whatever state licensing requirements or conditions were necessary.
Yeah, but the use permit would be 75 students and all the other conditions. But if they're not heritage, they would have to comply with probably other ed or health and safety code factors. Okay, I just wanted to be clear for the council. And then there was some statements made about the city being liable for the church and the possible risks and the accidents. I don't, just for the council's concerns and maybe the public's concerns, that I don't believe that under the way these conditions of approval are written, I don't foresee the city being liable for conditions that the church does to the property, or how the church or the school runs the school's facilities. And the one speaker said that the church was found liable. So I just wanted to clarify that I'm not foreseeing that that should be a determination in your decision tonight. And again, if there a lot of the speakers had a lot of questions about speculative, traffic impacts, accidents that would happen. And but I don't see any real substantial evidence for that. But I do, I would like maybe staff to try to clarify maybe that we could bring up the traffic consultant. The traffic study wasn't done during COVID, but it was done with considering that there would be 75 students there, and that's one issue about the traffic, and maybe they can respond about how this is going to work when COVID is lifted. But if COVID is lifted, the traffic study will be valid for those students. And then on another note, the 75 students, from what I understand, and Sean can go into this more because he wrote the staff report and everything, 75 students won't be there at all times. They're broken up at times, so it won't be 75 students using the same bathrooms. At least that's what my understanding is. So I would like to have some evidence about the COVID and the traffic impacts, and then maybe clarifying 75 students using 2 bathrooms or only 20 or 30 students or whatever. And so John, you and Sean can answer those questions for me.
Well, maybe I could just kind of restate my understanding of the concerns about the traffic study under, or the circulation, the number of trips that would be generated while we're under the COVID distancing requirements. And that is vehicles, because of the safety protocols, would require fewer or permit fewer children per vehicle. Thus, there would be more trips of vehicles between the 2 points where the children are being carried back and forth. And it would be interesting to hear from the applicant's circulation expert as to whether or not they've done any calculations or run any numbers to see how many additional trips might take place or need to take place under the current COVID restrictions. So, Mr. Miller, I don't know if you have understood your circulation expert.
We do. The traffic engineer is Larry Hale, and he's prepared to speak to that issue. So if you would call on him.
Go ahead, Mr. Hale. Is he already a panelist? Let's see.
Yeah, I've been here for 3 hours. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Your video isn't on. We can hear you.
Well, the video should be on. Again, I'm like a lot of, oh, there you go. Let's see, cannot start the video because the host, it says the host has to ask me to turn the video on. All right, I have to ask you to turn the video on.
Okay, we're seeing you now, Mr. Hale. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, John, Larry Hale. I think we know, I used to do a lot of work. I used to manage Keith Higgins' design department, so you might remember his name. As far as your question, I'm not really concerned that, I'm not really aware of any vehicle occupancy restrictions for cars. That's the first I've heard of that. So does the Bay Area have something that I don't know about?
I understood that there were some safety protocol requirements for vehicle occupancy. I don't happen to have those in front of me.
This is the first I've heard of this. Information provided by the school does indicate that 16 of their families have two children. Four families have 3 children, and and so you do have families with multiple children, and they're not going to bring one child and go back and get the other one. I could see there would be less ride sharing potentially, but I'm not aware of any state COVID restrictions restricting the number of people in a car or any vehicle for that matter. See what I'm saying? I guess I should look.
It wouldn't apply to family members, but it would apply to ride sharing, I believe. That's how it is.
Well, I think John Miller answered that because the school's not going to be able to operate until the COVID restrictions are pretty much, released. So, going back to the traffic count data, and this has come up a lot lately, is We haven't done a lot of new data, and the new data that we have collected, either parking survey data or traffic count data, has been adjusted using historical data. So, because we all know that the employment, model has shifted to more home-based businesses and remote working. Schools are operating remotely, and we're not really sure what's going to happen. So that's just to address John's first question.
So what I understand is, so the traffic study that was done and then was based on the maximum occupancy of the school at full capacity and with the traffic program or transportation plan in place. And so, and it works out to not be an impact. So we were just trying to figure out if there were some COVID restrictions, do you have an opinion if that would exacerbate the traffic or not, or you don't have a?
Well, again, I don't think it's going to significantly affect the impact analysis because they're not going to be able to occupy those buildings until COVID restrictions are loosened. And so you could say you may have a few more cars, but I could talk about a lot of things in this traffic report. And you got to realize that the first thing we did was a detailed trip generation analysis back in 2019. And the city's traffic engineer, contract traffic engineer, is Jaime Rodriguez. So he's been the chief transportation official for the city of Palo Alto for, I think, 11 years. And he's got 35 years. He probably has as much experience as I do, which is about 35 years. So we didn't do this traffic analysis until we got a buy-off on the trip generation because it's such a unique project. And so what we do when we go to estimate trips, it's fairly straightforward for a housing project or a retail business or office building, but an after-school program. So what the trip generation analysis in 2019 presents, it shows all the comparison of the different school categories. And so what we do is we select the ones that best fit the school, the project description for the particular use. Now, in this case, and I'm kind of switching to trip generation, and I don't know if you want me to talk about that now, but that's kind of the root of a lot of the comments as far as just the general volumes of traffic and students at the site. And so in the traffic analysis, I'll just keep going about the trip generation. The 186 daily trips, you got to understand, is a two-way volume. So that means 93 in, 93 out over a 6-hour period. Now, you do have clusters at during the peaks. And what we did is everybody is familiar with school operations, and that the PM peak hour, the generator, is when schools get out. A general public school, 3:30, and our peak hours, the peak hours for schools are very sharp. They're 20 to 30 minutes. Everybody comes and goes, gets their kids. So we have different rates for the generator afternoon, when the school gets out, as well as what is generated on the public street system between 4 and 6, which is the commuter peak. So we went ahead and used the, to kind of provide a worst case scenario, we went ahead and used the peak hour generation rates to model the project during the peak hour, which again kind of maybe slightly overestimates the traffic during the actual peak hour of the adjacent street system. Now the 186 also, Sean Garrigos also kind of misspoke when he said the 186 is based on not having the morning program, that's not true. Because when you go to the standard Institute of Transportation Engineering trip generation manual, these are standard rates. They're based on schools all over, and they're not based on just afternoon school programs. So the 186 would typically include the morning peak period, the midday peak period, and the afternoon peak period, right? So if we divide that by 3, you get about 60, let's say 62 trips during the mornings, 60 trips during lunch, because kindergarten, like John said, has drop off and pickups. And then you get the afternoon lets out. So if we look at our 47 peak hour trips that we've shown in the traffic study and analyzed, that's pretty close to in line with 62. And then also I said that.
And Mr. Hale, I'm sorry, and I appreciate you summarizing your report and how you approach the analysis, but I think you've already answered the COVID-specific question that the city attorney had, and I see Councilmember Lee Eng also has her hand raised. So I'm going to try to keep us focused on the specific questions being asked. So thank you for answering the specific questions.
That's fine. That's fine.
So Councilmember Lee Eng.
Actually, was the city attorney done asking questions? Because my question would be directed to her.
Oh, it's to Jolie. Oh, Jolie, do you have any more questions for the traffic?
I just wanted him to clarify yeah, so I don't want to get opening the public comment again, but because he was part of the applicant's team, but what is your question, council member?
Okay, we were informed that the school had and was approved on site, that it received its heritage permit approval for this site. But we never granted this permit, this conditional use permit. So how could they have gotten their permit approved for this site? Help me understand that. I just didn't understand that.
If I may I speak and answer the question?
Actually, my question was to the attorney.
Well, you can, okay, what I understand is they have applied for an heritage permit or heritage determination. So they won't get the way the conditions of approval would be drafted would be, again, they would have to get all permits and licenses and to qualify. And so if they didn't qualify as a heritage school, they would have to, that condition would apply. That's my understanding, is there is a pending application for this heritage determination.
Thank you, City Attorney. Mr. Miller, do you have anything to add or clarify based on what Ms. Houston just said?
Yes, the registration process is complete. And if the permit were to be granted, they have completed the state requirements. That doesn't, of course, speak at all to whether you will grant the permit or not.
Great, thank you.
And the use permit, not the state permit, yes.
Or permit. So, and we've closed the public hearing. And so as the city attorney expressed, I'm concerned we're going back to public hearing discussions. We've closed the public hearing. We really need to focus on the evidence and what has already been put forward on the record during the public hearing for a discussion right now. So with that, I'm going to again ask council members who would like to get us started on discussing whether or not we are going to approve the request for the CUP. Any concerns, any issues people want to raise, any additional conditions anybody would want to place on the applicant. No one seems eager to get us started. Okay, Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead.
Not to get us started, but a question for the city attorney.
Okay. Again, stay within the items already raised in the public hearing. Go ahead.
Is there any precedential value to granting a CUP in this particular case with respect to the other schools in the neighborhood?
No, use permits run with the land, and they are very factual land use, specific. And so if you grant one for one school, doesn't mean you have to grant one for the other school, because you have to make those findings, and that you look at the location of the school and what are the impacts created by this use, the school childcare use, and so it isn't precedent. And you have to understand that this land use is not allowed per se by the code, but it's allowed with a use permit. And so it's not really a variance, but it's not a right, it's not a use allowed by right, but it's somewhere in between. And it's allowed with a use permit, And so you can balance the impacts to the neighborhood, the traffic, the noise and odors and all that. That's how it's allowed. So
Clarify.
it's not precedent.
Where I guess I was trying to go with this, and I was wondering if we could condition a new traffic impact analysis report that would take into account a school at the other two churches as well. But it sounds like, since there's no precedential value, that we would not be able to require that.
No, because they would have different, no, and that's why you get a traffic analysis. They look at this, that's what Mr. Hale said. This was sort of a funny one to have to do a traffic study for, because it had different ages and different type of school use instead of just a kindergarten or a K through 8. They look at that and have generic modeling for that. But if you try to condition it on another school, it's not going to be apples to apples, I wouldn't say.
Okay, but it does mean that if one of the other churches wanted to have a similar school, they'd be prejudiced because they would be subject to whatever the impact is by LACH, assuming they got their cup.
No, they wouldn't. Well, you would have to look at their use permit when it came before you and base it on evidence and the findings.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Enander.
I'm sorry, but I also have a question for the city attorney. One of the conditions in the, as passed by the Planning Commission, specifies a 1-year review. What is the purpose, effect, enforceability, criteria, whatever, for that 1-year review?
A lot of church school uses do have a 1-year review to come back and, because you're trying to figure out how is this use going to work or not work, and you can bring it back, and usually it's a report back, and if there's some problems, then you can hold a public hearing on it. Sometimes it's just a report from the planning department to the planning commission saying, we've looked at it, there haven't been any complaints, no calls for services, nothing like that. If there are problems, then we would have to hold a public hearing on it and have a hearing on it. And I'll refer to John Biggs, but you won't be able to revoke it at that 1-year review period unless you hold a public hearing and you have findings of some sort of nuisance findings.
Okay, and that's what I wondered was, what is the legal hurdle for either changing the conditions or revoking?
You can bring it back for a public hearing if there's been problems and modify the conditions, and that would be a CUP amendment. And that would also be at a public hearing at the Planning Commission. And, but if you're going to revoke it, that would also be a notice public hearing that would provide the applicant due process and to be able to rebut any nuisance. But once this permit is granted, it runs with the land, it's vested. And so to revoke a vested use, a vested right like this, you would have to show nuisance findings, and there's case law about it. They're the one that comes to mind is Goat Hill Tavern, but you got to be careful when these uses come in, because they do run with the land, they don't run with the applicant. So.
And you mentioned that that would be a hearing with the Planning Commission, but then would it also come to council? Are we dispositive?
I would have to defer to John. This one came to council, and don't they usually stop at Planning Commission?
No, most of our use permits actually go on to the city council. There's a provision in the code that allows amendments to use permit to go to just the Planning Commission. And we can bring it up to the council if there's issues with that. So
yeah, usually use permits stop at the Planning Commission, but I do know in Los Altos, they all come up to council, but the amendment I wasn't sure about. So the amendment just stays at planning commission, but you could have the condition change that a 1-year review would be planning commission and council review. That would be a valid, reasonable condition. And I do suggest that we put in another condition that the applicant must abide by all federal, state, local laws, including any permits and licensing requirements.
Any more questions, Vice Mayor Enander? Okay, Councilmember Lee Ang.
My question again is for the city attorney. City attorney, I noticed that the hours of operation is 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. for conditions. So
They clarified that it's 12 to 6 now.
yeah, then it would have to be changed on the document.
I wrote that down
Okay.
someplace, yeah, to make sure that that would be included in the conditions, yes.
So in the future, if it runs with the land and things change, so their maximum is 75, right? And they can never go. But earlier I asked, could we modify that number to a lower number if we feel that that would be a better fit to address the traffic concerns and everything? Would we be able to do that?
You would have to make findings that somehow the traffic, there's a nexus between the traffic and the reduction in the students. And right now we have a traffic study that shows that there aren't any traffic impacts. So I think we would need to seriously look at reduction of the number of students based on traffic. So, but there is no other evidence in the record. There's evidence from the neighbors saying that they believe that there's going to be more traffic, but we don't really have substantial evidence. We just have some
Okay.
opinions and speculation.
And then my question is, as the population changes, because the children's grow up, and right now they're saying we're going to have this many families with 2 kids and this many families with 3 kids. What if then the numbers change, because then you have all these vehicles with 1 kid in it, right? So the point was, you have to be able to understand that there's going to be changes that occur, and we want to make sure that we accommodate for that. Because that traffic study is locked in based on that time period. But that traffic study will change. Demographics will change. Families will change. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but I don't think it's relevant for this permit review because we're looking.
Then you're only approving this permit based on this little window. The point is, you said this permit will run with the land until, forever. And so that means we aren't accommodating for changes that may occur.
Well, you can accommodate for changes in the future. If the traffic becomes an impact and becomes a nuisance, then this use permit can be called up and it can go back for an amendment. It can be called up for a revocation. And that's how you enforce this. And
so we can't address it now and find a happy medium.
I don't think so, not with
Okay,
the evidence that we have. We just have some speculation that there are traffic impacts. So I don't know if Mr. Kilger has something to say.
Well, I'm going to ask Mr. Biggs to come on. And do you understand Councilmember Liang's question and possibly respond?
I do, but I understand that the traffic study was done based on 75 students attending this school in a mix of traffic situations that would generate the trips related to a school that has 75 students.
Yeah, and a mix of 75 students, because it's not just a K through 8 or something. He said something about the daycare and the after school, and so it is sort of a hybrid, but they did try to do a model that would reflect 75 students.
Okay, so, excuse me, Mayor. So Councilmember Liang, maybe you could restate your question again. And where you see the concern with over time, it may change. Where do you see the change?
Okay, because the study was based on so many families having this many siblings within the same household. And that's why it did not require as many vehicles. So for example,
Okay.
the study didn't take into account in the future, suppose all of them are, you know, the siblings go to middle school, and then you have 75 kids that are, you know, coming in, you know, 75 different families. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. So, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Liang, is, if I understand correctly, they're saying the assumptions upon which the traffic study was built or modeled might change over time. Is that how you understand it?
No, I understood it to be more, and I asked the traffic engineer to come back on to confirm this. I understand that there is a model for a school that has 75 children that is supposed to predict traffic patterns based on a mix of family sizes over the years. And it's all IT, I think IT.
So you might, so if I may suggest, you might want to ask the traffic engineer.
So I feel like we're talking about the same, we're going around in circles and everybody's trying to answer the question. And I think the traffic consultant has answered the question. I really do. Councilmember Liang, your assumption is it's a very narrow focus based on the number of families with multiple kids, and that may change over time. I heard what Mr. Biggs heard. That's my understanding, because not only with this project, but all traffic impact and that all TIAs. I mean, it's not just, you know, you don't just freeze in time.
Right.
It's a model.
It's a model. So I think your question has been, I think we all understand it, and I think it has been answered. And so I really want to move on from that question. We've spent a significant amount of time on that question, and I think
Mayor?
No, I don't want to.
Larry Hale.
I don't want to. Let's not open the public hearing again. So
okay.
we've heard from him, but the one thing that I can tell you is, again, we've been talking about this, is the manual, the ITE manual that and the trip generation, that was approved by the city engineer division, and that, I believe, is what the traffic study was based on. Correct, Mr. Biggs?
That's correct.
So we have a manual. It has trip generations. We apply that to these projects, and they should have enough flexibility and fluidity so that changes in family households and stuff like that should be reflected in that. So
Thank you.
So I am going to get the council started, because we've had a lot of questions, good questions, on the discussion about whether or not we think there are findings to support approving the CUP, or if there isn't enough findings, or where we go from here. You know, and I'll start by saying that I would, you know, love to support approving the CUP. You know, I won't tell my personal stories and my kids and the fact that I think this is a great, you know, community service that we have here with many facilities. But I will say, based on the evidence presented tonight, and I'm looking at the findings, I do not believe that I've seen enough evidence showing that it's a needed community facility. I'm also concerned there isn't enough evidence demonstrating there'd be adequate available parking. I'm very concerned about the enforcement of, you know, parking violations. You know, I could give so many stories about what parents do when we're dropping off kids, And so I don't think there's evidence to support adequate available parking to meet the needs of this new school. I'm also concerned about the safety of both the kids who will be at the school and also the kids in the neighborhood, because of how that intersection is configured. And I've been in that neighborhood many times, and I see kids biking, walking. And so I'm concerned about the number of vehicles that will be added to that neighborhood, either drop off or pick up during peak hours when kids are coming home from school or running over to Lincoln Park. And even with the gate, I am concerned that parents will still do drop off and pick up on Orange Avenue. There's nothing there to enforce it. It's almost as if it's the honor system. And so for those three reasons, so, when I look at the findings 2, 3, and 4, I have not heard sufficient evidence to support those findings. And the conditions that have been proposed to put in place to mitigate these concerns, I do not think they're sufficient. So my inclination tonight is not to approve the permit. And so I want to keep us focused on this kind of discussion, because that's what we're being asked to do tonight. I may be in the minority, but I would love to hear from my colleagues on what they're inclined to support tonight. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of observations, but I'll keep this to myself for the sake of brevity. Mayor, I agree with virtually everything that you just said. The one thing that I would like to add to it is I have real concerns about the fencing. And we even heard from the applicant that the proposed accordion fence, it was something that Mr. Miller himself didn't think was going to be adequate. And he was investigating other options. So what I'm seeing is an application really that doesn't even seem to be complete. But I have a hard time imagining that I would support an application that had some type of temporary fencing. I think something more permanent really is needed in order to make sure that not just kids, but the playthings that kids chase after stay in the play area, and also act as a barrier from parents coming in on Orange Avenue.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. I'm going to start calling on people. Councilmember Meadows, we haven't heard from you.
I just raised my hand, so I hope you can hear me. This is tough, and as we knew it was going to be. I really don't think it's fair to question the value of this school to the community. I think it is value, what a level of value makes it needed or not, I don't know. Maybe that's a legal thing, but and I will say I actually know the director of this school through Rotary. That won't influence my my judgment here, but I know this has been serving kids in the community for a while, and it provides a valuable service. And I'm going to talk about 3 different sort of school situations that I saw while on Planning Commission. One was this very school for the Lutheran Church, which seemed like a good fit, I thought. So I was surprised to hear that that has gone, that's not working anymore. I saw the daycare expansion at St. Simon's recently. That may have come to you at council. And also the Children's Corner, which also got booted out of Hillview when it went over onto Oak Avenue to the church over there. So those churches, and the neighbors pointed this out, but I've seen those 3 churches take in these schools or daycares, and they do all have off-site parking, large parking lots where you could come in and have a good traffic pattern, and they have play areas and all that, a very safe environment for the kids. And so that is missing here. That is my, I think my biggest issue. I think the traffic, I would have some concerns. I'd be willing to talk about conditioning, some extra conditions, maybe keeping it all to Lincoln, no right turns on Sherman, some things like that. But to me, the site just doesn't have what the other sites that I've seen in my experience that really made them well suited to this use. So, but again, City Attorney Houston might be able to comment whether that is something that goes along with this or not. But so that's my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Vice Mayor?
Have to find my unmute. Sorry. I don't know if it's because we both served on the Planning Commission, but I find myself in substantial agreement with my colleague, Councilmember Meadows, because I also saw all of those either on Planning Commission or on council or both. And I also feel that this is a good community asset. And I will disclose that my child attended a bicultural, bilingual school. So I have personal experience with that, and I'm trying not to let that influence me, but it does ring true to me that there is a value in bicultural, bilingual education. Whether it rises to the level of needed, I don't know how we judge that, but what overrides this for me is the consideration with respect to the safety of the kids and the safety in the neighborhood. Lincoln is a really difficult street because it is a street and the parking, and a lot of people go up and down there, don't know where they're driving. They don't know where they are. They don't know go left or right. You see people go the wrong way up Lincoln. It's amazing to me. As well as the congestion that occurs on the very small side streets. So I really think that without some kind of much more robust solution for parking and drop off that protects Orange, that keeps people from going elsewhere, and that gives us a much more secure traffic situation, as well as a much more secure play situation, that I cannot in good conscience support this at this time. If the applicant wanted, not the applicant, but if the school wanted to withdraw this for a rework on their own or consideration elsewhere, I would support doing that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Ang.
You guys covered everything. Definitely my concern is as well with child safety. It was concerning for me that you had a church that was far larger that was not able to accommodate them. And this is a facility that's a lot smaller, and we're stating that it would accommodate them. So, you know, I had some concerns where there seems to be a contradiction here. Regarding the fencing, I would have liked to have seen permanent fencing. Not only are we concerned about children going after toys, it's to ensure that if we can't have a fence that's permanent, you want to also keep out certain concerns, such as perhaps there's a wild dog, and the wild dog could have ran under that fence easily and attacked a child. So I just would like to ensure child safety. So everyone else covered everything else that was raised, and I agree with all of them. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee Ang. And so, City Attorney, I know there's a very, strict process for us to then make this motion.
Well, I was just going to give you some guidance on the motion to get you moving on a motion. You can continue this and let the applicant come back. They've heard from the council about the numbers, about the traffic, about the fence, and come back with maybe a modified use permit and responding to the number of students and fencing and all of that. Or you can make a motion to approve you've got findings in the staff report, or you can make a motion to deny. And if you do a motion to deny, you please let staff and I work on the conditions and the findings for the denial. Because the finding, it's not that there is a need for the school, but it's just, is the use desirable or essential to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, or prosperity? So it's desirable or essential. So I think that's where you were having some concerns about when you said need for it. Is it desirable? And I think there were comments made both ways. So those are your options. You can make a motion to continue and provide direction to the applicant. You can make a motion to grant it, subject to the conditions and as modified in the staff report, with the condition that we brought up today about compliance with all laws and changing the hours. Or you can do a motion to deny, and then that would be having it come back at a future council meeting.
Thank you, City Attorney. And I'm ready to make the motion to deny.
Mayor, if I may. When we are in these circumstances in the Planning Commission, we sometimes ask the applicant if they have a preference for a denial or a continuation. If they want to, withdraw and go back and do it on their own. I don't know if you want to entertain that question to the applicant or not, but I thought I'd mention it.
Yes, a denial, that's a good point. A denial would be, if they applied, they would apply with all new fees. A continuance for a redesign or for a modification would not, I understand, would not be new fees, but Mr. Biggs would have to, I don't know if we'd have processing fees, but probably not a new application fee, right, Mr. Biggs?
No, if it's a denial, it's all new fees.
No, but if it's a continuance for a modification.
No, right.
Yeah, so it would be a benefit to the school or the church if it was just a continuance for a redo.
Thank you for that, and thanks for raising that, Vice Mayor Enander. I do want to be fair to the applicant to give him that opportunity. My concern is he may not be able to address the issues, but it's only fair to give him the opportunity to say whether or not he wants to try. So Mr. Miller, you've heard from all the council members and we've all raised different concerns. The question for you is, would you be interested in the council continuing this item to give you an opportunity to attempt to address all the concerns we raised tonight? This would help you in the sense that if we deny the permit application, then you would have to start from scratch.
Yes, I would prefer a continuance.
Great. So thank you for that. And Vice Mayor, because it was your good suggestion, I'm going to turn to you to make the motion.
Okay. Well, nothing like the mayor dropping one on you. I move that we continue without a date certain resolution number 2021-14 and 19-UP02 for the Los Altos Chinese School and the Foothill Congregational Church, which operates at 461 Orange Avenue. I don't know that I need to do anything further than that. I think I'm done.
Do we need to specify to give him an opportunity?
I think continue to allow the applicant to consider modifications to their application and then further reconsideration at the schedule of staff.
Mr. Biggs, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that the motion be to refer the application back to the applicant to give them an opportunity to address the concerns and the questions and the comments raised by the City Council this evening, and continue the item to a date uncertain to be reposted, renoticed.
Renoticed at discretion of staff. Yeah, when staff's
It
ready.
will come back to council, not planning commission.
I think it's better to just have it come back to council, given that we're the ones who've had the issues.
Yeah, I agree. If it doesn't
make that clear in the motion, okay.
Yep. To be returned to council upon staff's determination and proper notice.
Okay, second. City Clerk. Councilmember Meadows, before we vote, did you have a question?
I was gonna second that.
Oh.
Yeah.
So motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by the Mayor. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Yes.
I believe I have you all. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thanks everybody who participated in the public hearing. So we'll move on to discussion items, and we had moved up item 12, which was the AAPI resolution. And City Clerk, if you could please share your screen and the text of the resolution. And,
Yes.
and Councilmember Liang, because you asked for this not to be placed on the consent calendar, I'll have you start the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel that there's some edits I think we could make to make it a stronger ordinance. So should I wait till it gets brought up on the screen?
Give me 1 second, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, my computer is slow.
That's fine.
I apologize. It's actually not responding. That's what I'm waiting for.
Okay, so if council will allow me while Andrew is trying to pull it up, I think Mr. Maginot said he has a very short COVID report tonight. So if there's no objection, I would like to have Mr. Maginot do the COVID report while the city clerk is pulling the document up.
Madam Mayor, instead of doing that, should we take public comment?
Not till we have the report, like they won't be able to respond to, but thanks.
Yeah, one more thing. Do you want Mr. Councilmember Weinberg to do it? Because he's excellent at editing.
I think the city clerk just needs to pull it up. So Mr. Maginot, are you ready with the COVID update? I hear orange is near.
Sure. Happy to provide a quick presentation. And I will actually try to go through fairly quickly, as I know, given the late hour. I do want to just say that this is this presentation is a bit historic. 1 year ago was our first all virtual city council meeting. Hopefully in another year, we cannot say that we're having our second year. So hopefully we'll be able to get back together in person soon. Yes, couple of pieces of information that I really want to highlight. Tomorrow, the county moves to the orange tier. And by my extrapolation, given how quickly we moved from red to orange, we may just move into yellow on Thursday. What the move to orange tier means, most impactful aspects, I think, for Los Altos: indoor dining allowed at 50% capacity, and retail stores are allowed at 100% capacity with modifications. They still need to be safe. I will skip through the numbers. Needless to say, they're still down, but there's the worry and the chance that they may plateau or start going up if we are not careful. You're used to seeing this. We need to keep following the guidelines that we've been following for the last year. On the vaccine, there's a couple of points that I want to highlight on here. Good news is that the number of doses that have been administered continue to go up. I would say the bad news is they're not going up at the rate that we would like. The county is still struggling to get the large number of doses that certainly we have the capacity to administer. A couple of notes on the colors that you're seeing here. One positive and one, I would say, slightly negative. The positive, you see towards the right, there's a lot of pink starting to appear. Those are the single doses that are being administered. And so hopefully we can start to see a lot more pink. Those are the folks who are just getting one shot for the full vaccine. The negative is you'll notice that the green is starting to dominate the blue. Green is good because that means people are getting their second dose. The small numbers of blue are the downside because the blue are those folks who are getting their first dose. Because the county is limited in the number of doses that we're receiving, they're having to prioritize those people who are going in for their second dose before they can start bringing in people for their first dose. Okay. And with that said, I will just, of course, continue to reiterate, when it's your turn to get the vaccine, please, please, please go and do whatever you can to get an appointment to get vaccinated. And speaking of turns, one thing I will highlight on here is that we have a new category of folks who are eligible. Those individuals who are 16 to 64 with qualifying health conditions, disabilities, illnesses are now eligible to receive the vaccine. Now, I've listed some of the vaccination sites. One point I do want to make are there are a number of local pharmacies that are receiving doses. And anecdotally, there are stories of folks who are having a lot of success going through the local pharmacies. So if you're having trouble getting a county appointment or getting an appointment through your healthcare provider, you may try the pharmacies. Of course, now that I've let the secret out of the bag that the pharmacies are a good place to go, we may see a run on the pharmacies. With that, we have some upcoming testing opportunities. It may not seem like it's important, but it is still important to get tested. Our testing numbers are part of what allow us to move into the lower tiers. And so part of the reason we're able to move into the orange tier is because of our testing numbers, which are good. So with that, I know I went through really, really quickly. Any questions?
I don't see any hands, Mr. Maginot, but let me see if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item.
I don't see.
I don't, oh, no, we're going to pull back to council. So I don't see any members of the public. Thanks, City Clerk. So let's bring it back to council for discussion. I don't think there's any discussion, but I see Councilmember Lee Eng with her hand raised.
Just to clarify that it also includes individuals who are in the transportation industry are also available to get their vaccines. So just letting people know, anyone in the transportation industry, airlines, whatever, they're welcome, they're able to get.
Oh, wonderful. Thanks for that additional, Councilmember Lee Eng. Okay, so with that, we're going to close this item. Thank you, Mr. Maginot. And City Clerk, are you ready? Here we go. Perfect timing.
Can you
that
see?
worked out well. I think it needs to be bigger.
Okay, I will try. Is that getting larger? Can you
It
see?
is. Is this good for everybody? Is the font size good? Sally, Anita, Jonathan, everybody, Lynette? Okay,
Yes,
go ahead,
very
Lynette.
good.
Okay.
But we gotta scroll to the top. So I would suggest a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, affirming and denouncing. And I wanted to take out ongoing, delete ongoing, and put
So,
anti-Asian.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilmember Liang. Andrea, can you do the changes in red line only because, you know, so far I don't think we have any objections to what has been said, but in the event we want to discuss any changes.
There, I have that on.
Perfect, thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
And I would say anti-Asian, intimidation, aggression, intimidation, comma, aggression, comma, and violence. Take away, and I would cross out sentiment. And take away the, yeah. Thank you. Typo and intimidation. That's all I would say. And then
can I add to this title, can we put Pacific Islanders as well? It should have been against Asian American and Pacific Islanders community members. Go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
And then my third whereas, it's over the last year, not 6 months.
So the reason why it's 6 months, we adopted another resolution. And so this is basically saying we needed to do another one based on what has been happening in the last 6 months. So that's why it's 6 months. Remember we did one, I think we saved here.
Okay.
And the district attorney gave us a report at the Cities Association meeting. And really the data shows it's over the last 5 to 6 months that there's been an increase.
That was reported, but actually if you look at Stop API Hate, the reports have all come in over the year. And so that's the reason why I put the year. And then if it's a new resolution, we're stating that it occurred over the last year. But I know we had a resolution recently, but the surge occurred over the last year. Okay, but if that's okay, if you want to leave it at 6 months, that's fine. The fourth whereas, I would put the recent rise of violence against Asian Americans is a part of a larger history of violence against communities of color, and we must work together. I was going to eliminate the word create, community-centered solution. It would be, we must work together to, and I would cross out all the way to stop. And put stop. No, I want the word stop though, sorry. Work together to stop the violence, to promote safety, and the comma, and the or maybe and a sense of community and a sense of security in all communities.
So a comma between violence and two.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so far, and again, we're doing this live, so council members, I'm not saying anything because I agree with everything she's saying. And so if I don't hear from you, I'm assuming you're agreeing as well.
Okay, and then the next whereas, it was Asian American and Pacific Islander community members.
I agree.
And then I would also put down, we stand and ensure they know they are not alone, that we stand with them against racism, hate, bigotry. I was also going to add the aggression and intimidation down there. Well, I guess we could just say against what we had at the top, against intimidation instead of racism. Well, I guess we could leave that there. That would address what we have at top. That's fine. And then the other thing, yeah, that's good. Okay, those are my recommendations.
Great change.
English major has one change.
Go ahead, Anita.
In that whereas right there where you have your pointer, whereas the recent rise, work together to stop the violence, eliminate the comma after violence, and to promote safety and a sense of security in all communities. Because it's to stop the violence and to promote safety and a sense of security. So now we've got the right prepositional phrases.
Yep, you're promoting those two things. I agree.
And I thank the council member for her changes, all of which I concur with, which is terrible English, but that works at 11 o'clock. at night.
Councilmember Lee Eng, thank you. Council members Meadows and Weinberg, any questions, changes, additions? Councilmember Weinberg, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Liang. I think those changes are very good as well. I have just a couple of very small typographical corrections in the last paragraph, the now therefore. On the second line, City Council stand with the Asian, it should be Asian American, not Asian Americans. And then the line below it, and leaders to join us in condemning racist, not racists. And then at the end of the second line, should it be community and calls on all constituents, or that we call on all constituents?
We stand and we call, because it's both the city and the council, so I'd say call.
Okay, so then the S at the end of calls needs to be eliminated.
Yeah, and the stand doesn't need to be capital. The S for stand should be lowercase.
Yep.
Great improvements. Okay, Councilmember Meadows.
I'm good.
Good. Okay.
I'd be glad to.
I have a question about the change of the title of the
resolution. Yep.
I don't know how you affirm and denounce.
Well, because we were going to affirm what we've done in the past. Well, we can just take out, we can eliminate affirm.
Was affirm your additional, Lynette?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Okay, we can take away affirm.
So it should say, just go back to denouncing then, Andrea. So delete affirming and. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I think we should also take out the word anti-Asian in front of intimidation.
Yes.
Yeah, it's redundant.
Denouncing Asian intimidation, aggression.
Denouncing intimidation, aggression, and violence against Asian American and yes.
Good
much
catch,
better.
good catch.
Yep.
I'd be glad to move that we accept this resolution number 2021-17 with all the changes made.
Second.
Right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Lee Eng, seconded by Vice Mayor Enander. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
and Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much. So next on the agenda, and I realize it's 11 and we're starting a new item. I am in support of starting this item for a couple of reasons. We have notified the public that we were going to discuss Halsey House. I'm assuming people have stayed on because we didn't announce at 9, we'd be continuing it. So unless there are objections to moving forward with Halsey House, I will go ahead and ask Mr. Kilger and the rest of staff to begin this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna, yes.
And
They-
so I see, please keep me honest, did I do public comment for the resolution?
No.
I didn't. So just a second, Mr. Kilger, we will now take public comment on the AAPI resolution. I do see a hand raised. Mr. Daly, would you like to speak on this, on the AAPI resolution, or are you raising your hand for Halsey House?
I'm sorry. Actually, I was raising my hand for Halsey House, but interestingly enough, I was also just asking, gosh, did we have public comment? And I don't have anything to say other than I totally support this resolution and I'm fully for it, but that wasn't why I raised my hand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Daly. Okay, with that, Mr. Kilger, go ahead and start the Halsey House item.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to introduce it and then turn it over to Dave Breeze to go ahead and make the presentation. We'd like to make it and then answer questions at the end. We also have several staff people here to address different aspects of this. I know Dave was going to say this and I'd like him to, but I want to really emphasize this was a team effort by the staff. Dave is the project manager, but we had every department head participating on this. So the purpose of tonight's meeting, and I want to abbreviate before I go into it, is we're looking for some initial direction and to move forward with scheduling a study session. And we are not asking the council to make a decision on the final disposition of the Halsey House. And the presentation will explain why. So again, we're looking to obtain additional direction regarding the process that will be used to make a final decision, including structural options to be considered, what factors, historical cost, programming are to be considered, what additional technical information is desired, and what role should the city's commissions have in the process. As will be discussed, and as the council is aware, you gave direction back on January 12th. Staff moved forward with that to the Parks and Recreation Commission. I came on board the same night you gave that direction. Actually, I wasn't officially on board until the following day. Hindsight being 2020, I probably would have asked you to continue it for one meeting so we could come back and refine the direction that you gave and make sure that staff understood it. But staff are good soldiers. They took it forward and they went to the commission. In addition to just starting, I have to say is I've learned an awful lot about how difficult this decision is over the last couple of months. It's a very important, but also emotional decision for a lot of people. And so when I saw the challenges that the Park Commission had, they did a good job. They worked very hard trying to respond to the council's request, but it was clear that there, in my mind, that there needed to be additional clarity from the council with respect to what the process would be. And so I made the difficult decision, which I'm sure some people probably disagree with, but I felt it wasn't working and we needed a timeout and come back to the council and have more discussion. So bear with me on that. Before I turn it over to Dave, I believe our city attorney had a comment that she wanted to make regarding this item.
Yes, so I just, as Mr. Kilger said, that this is not a discussion for a decision. It's a discussion for future information, for future study sessions, and I want people to be aware that no matter which path we take, we will need CEQA analysis to before we can make a determination for demolition or a determination for adaptive reuse, or you know, what we're going to do with the project. So I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that, as Mr. Kilgore said, we're not making any decisions tonight. We're just trying to figure out, you know, listen about the options, and then we'll go to a study session and we'll have some fine tuning on that. But we will not be making any decisions without CEQA analysis. So I just, you know, and I advised you about this also. So just wanting to lay the groundwork so the public also knows too. We're not making a decision tonight. So.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Mr. Breeze.
Great, thank you very much. Madam Mayor, council members, Dave Breeze, Special Projects Manager with the city. Just starting off with a very brief background about where we are today. Currently, the Halsey House structure itself is secured with the temporary fencing to reduce vandalism in the house. Roofing repairs and rodent control measures have been put in place, as well as a new hillside drainage control. Moisture intrusion into the structure does continue to be of concern. As we look into the past history of the public meetings, there have been a significant number of city council and commission meetings in some manner or fashion discussing the Halsey House. In fact, there have been over 40 since 2008. At the city council, as the city manager indicated, city council direct at the January 12th meeting, council directed staff to share the historic resources report and all other reports with the Parks and Recreation Commission, the historical and financial commissions, to get a recommendation, or if not, find out what additional information would be desired. At the Parks and Recreation Commission on February 10th, 2021, staff presented the requested information. And in addition to the staff presentation, the commission received over 40 written public comments, 11 public speakers, 2 individual commissioner presentations. After much discussion, the majority of the commissioners present supported the recommendation for either a full or substantial restoration of the Halsey House. The commission also sought additional information which would benefit them in making a more comprehensive recommendation on the house itself. The desired information included both policy-related questions as well as technical information. Some of these included the need for an historical assessment. The question here being, is the building even historic, and does historic significance matter? If so, how much? Additional engineering facts and clarifications were also requested, as well as current cost estimates for each of the 4 options. The commission would like to know what the city's legal obligations regarding the structure and what is the CEQA process the city is required to follow. Additionally, they inquired which recreation programs require a building, and does that building have to be historical? There are several key observations from previous city council and commission meetings. The observations include the Redwood Grove is a treasured resource and highly valued in the community. Past programming in the Halsey House and Redwood Grove is highly valued by members of the community. Making a decision on the future of the Halsey House is a difficult task due to the many competing interests and the lack of an available source of funding. There is a desire for the city to be good stewards of the limited resource, both from an historical integrity and financial perspectives. The realization that there is no one answer that will address all the desires and demands expressed by the public. And lastly, a project of this complexity and sorry, I dropped my note. It's a good thing my camera's off. We have seen throughout the years, as recently as February PRC meeting, unless a clear decision driver and other policy related questions are answered, the discussions can go in many different directions and no one clear recommendation is obtained. Areas that we observed which need to be addressed by the council are what policy questions need to be answered. This is to help provide direction to the commissions and to staff.
Dave, do you need to change the slide?
No.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay. So maybe my computers are running slower. So we're going to the second bullet. What options for the disposition of the Halsey House does the council wish to consider? Are there any of them that should be removed from consideration? What key decision-making drivers should be considered and what relative importance should be given? As I will review in a moment, these are policy drivers which help provide direction on the priority ranking in the decision-making process. Is there any additional technical information needed? What is the process to be used for determining a future direction for the Halsey House? And does this include further input from the commissions and or the community? As we have seen in the commission review process, clarity on specifically what the council is requesting and direction on the policy related questions would be very beneficial. Just so we are all on the same page, I wanted to give a quick review of two key terms that are used in the report and the options under consideration for the Halsey House structure. The terms restoration versus renovation. Restoration completes the repairs to restore the structure to its original condition. Think about the J. Gilbert Smith House in the apricot orchard at the History Museum. That's an example of restoration. Excuse me, renovation completes the repairs in a manner which benefits the current uses. All of the discussion around the Halsey House has focused on the restoration of the exterior and the renovation of the interior. As we look to that end, as we look to the four options under consideration, they are full renovation and adaptive reuse. This means it would be a restoration of the entire exterior and a renovation of the entire building's interior. The next is a partial renovation, partial demolition. This option would restore a portion of the exterior and renovates a portion of the interior and removes the remaining house elements. The actual scope of what would stay and what would be removed will come out as part of the project's design process. The complete demolition, this option would remove the entire house structure from the park. And then there's mothballing, or basically putting the structure into a state of sustained hibernation until it's determined what to do with it at some point in the future. Oops, wrong way. Oop. Too fast. I've spoken of decision drivers. Several have been identified and each has its own interest group in support of it. The weight each factor carries is directional in the decision-making process. For example, if historic value and integrity is the main driver, then the question comes up, does council desire to restore all or a portion of the house? If the answer is yes, then we go through a process with the Secretary of the Interior compliant for a full restoration, or the same Secretary of the Interior compliant partial restoration. If the answer to the historical value integrity question is no, then it leads us down to the path of conducting an environmental impact report and developing findings for that report. If the driver is programming, the question is, do recreation programs require an historic structure? If the answer is yes, then are we talking about the entire house or partial? each of those decisions have their own following factors. If the answer is no, then we look to see if there's funds to consider a different type of facility or another facility in the park. If the driver is cost, the question is there a desire to spend CIP funds for a full or partial restoration? If the answer is yes, are there sufficient available funds? Or if the answer is no, does the council want to keep or remove the structure? There are other decision-making factors or drivers that are that have been raised through the different council and commission meetings. We feel these are secondary to the first three, but they're important to consider: the annual maintenance and operating costs, the impacts on the neighborhood, whether that's noise or trash, traffic and parking impacts, or increased park usage. The recent opening of Foothills Park in Palo Alto, for example, is a consideration. Also noted in our report are key policy questions that have been raised throughout previous public meetings. There are 12 highlighted here in the presentation, but I only want to go over and point out a few. We just reviewed the first couple regarding the decision drivers and the need to identify their priority. Going down to number 4, can a decision on the Halsey House be made without consideration of the whole park, Redwood Grove, Shout Park, and its programming? Number 5, does council feel that the historic value and integrity of the Halsey House needs to be further assessed? Number 7, does council wish to consider individual proposals from private individuals? Number 9, does council agree with staff's recommendation to hire a consultant to provide additional structural and site conditions and historic restoration analysis? Is there any additional information the council feels is needed to assist in deciding the future of the Halsey House? And number 12, are there any other questions that we haven't brought up that need to be addressed? It's not the expectation for council to answer all these policy questions listed here tonight, but rather to consider the next steps in the process. What are those next steps? Before proceeding with the specific course of action, council should decide what policy questions need to be answered, or are there even others that need to be asked and answered? What structural options should be considered? Are there any of which can be eliminated? What technical information needs to be provided? And then the option to schedule a study session to review the information developed and discussed. So for tonight's meeting, staff's here to recommend the council decide on what structural options council wishes to consider for the Halsey House, and are there any which may be removed from consideration? Number 2, identify any additional questions council would like answered. 3, if it is determined additional technical information is needed, appropriate an additional $20,000 to the project to hire the Architecture Resources Group to provide the additional information on current cost estimates and associated administrative processes. And number 4, schedule a study session to allow council and staff the opportunity to address the questions that have been raised, review the additional technical information, and discuss the decision process in more detail. A project like this is complex and it has significant impacts on many different departments within the city. As the city manager referenced, each has contributed to the writing of this report, and tonight are here with us to assist council in the discussion. With us tonight, we have the Community Development Director, John Biggs, Engineering Services Director, Jim Sandoval, Recreation and Community Services Director, Donna Legge, Maintenance Services Director, Manny Hernandez, Deputy City Manager, John Maginot, and Associate Planner Sean Gallegos. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Mr. Breeze. Mr. Kilger, did you have anything else to add?
No, I think that's pretty straightforward. I think I will say once again, we're not asking you to make a final decision tonight, and we hope that you can give us some direction, but we'd like to move this to a study session so that we can get into, really roll up our sleeves and get into some of the discussion on the questions. If you can give us some direction on the additional information you like, as Mr. Breeze said, we will proceed to gather that for the study session. We are making the recommendation for the consultant. We can go into this. We can go into why we feel this one is qualified. These are services staff cannot do. They're very specialized. But I do know that, and I'm not picking any particular option out, but the demolition one, I know that some of the council members have raised questions as to what are we actually getting into with respect to the process, CEQA analysis, and issues there. And so this report would help do that. So again, I want to thank the whole team, and we look forward to working with you on this and getting a final decision on the Halsey House.
Thank you, Mr. Kilger, and thank you, Mr. Breeze. Great presentation, and thanks to the entire team that worked on this to get us to this stage. Mr. Breeze, can you pull back up the slide that has the 4 recommendations? Because I want to make sure that we're focused on the 4 things you really want us to discuss tonight and not get distracted on other things. No, the recommendations. Yes, thank you. So I'm going to open it up just for clarifying questions from council members, go to public comment, and then we'll discuss each of these recommendations. So Vice Mayor Enander.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm really appreciate that the whole staff has hung out for us to discuss this tonight. The first question I have, I'm not sure if it is for Sean or for Jolie, but as I went back through all the history, it appears that since the recommendations consistently have been some sort of renovation or restoration and reuse, and no one has looked at or done a legal assessment or evaluation of what it would take to delist this. Is it true that we have not had, because I can't find it, any sort of legal advice on exactly what process, documentation, and so on would be required to, and studies and so on, to delist, which is a precursor to a demolition?
Well, Sean, you can chime in as well, but delisting is different than demoing. My understanding is you don't need to delist if you're going to demo. It's just the level of environmental review that you're going to have to do for a demo.
Right. I'm not trying to get the right answer. I'm trying to only find out.
Oh yeah, no,
have we had any legal assessment done or anything that I missed somehow because I didn't see anything?
Probably not public. Maybe I can go back and.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
So I can provide you information on process. So with the Halsey House, what we have currently is a DPR form, a Department of Park and Recreation form, which is an evaluation of the structure solely. If there was a goal or an objective to delist it, part of that process would require a completion of a historic resource evaluation. The historic resource evaluation would not be limited to architecture. So the current DPR form, when it was completed with the update to the inventory, looked clearly just at the architecture of the building, with some minor, I think, discussion of the individuals who built the structure. But the moment we go down the path of a delisting, then it'll require an evaluation of all of the elements. So you'll have to look at in the determinations of integrity, You'll have to look at the design, you'll have to look at the setting, and that setting may then expand it to Redwood Grove potentially. You'd have to look at the materials, the workmanship and feeling. But once you get out of architecture and setting and feeling, then you start to look at issues of events that have occurred in regards to historic significance. Then you look at the persons that have lived there. So many times, even though the structure itself may not be historic, the individuals who actually either built it as architects, the individuals who live there, may have been individuals of either local, state, or national importance, and that alone could make the site historic also, and the structures historic. And then we would look at, again, the architecture and whether there's any potential archaeological issues that potentially are at the site at Redwood Grove. So if we go through the process, my concern, of course, has always been if we go through the process of delisting, there's a high probability you're going to find out that the site is probably even more historic than we've realized, because we're going to be expanding it beyond just architecture. We're going to be looking at people, we're going to be looking at events. And through the HSR, we can already see that there are potential figures that are participated with that site that potentially may be of local notable interest or potentially state interest. So, so that would be the initial process. The Historical Commission is the initial body that would review a delisting. Since this is a landmark, they would provide a recommendation to council, and then council would make the final determination based on the Historic Structures Report or Historic Resource Evaluation and Historic Commission's determination.
But Sean, the delisting would require CEQA analysis.
Yeah, I mean, once a structure is typically on the inventory, yeah, I mean, unless the DPR form came back indicating that it was not historic, that's highly, I think, unlikely. But typically, if it's already on the inventory, it typically requires CEQA analysis anyway.
Yeah,
even
I
if it's
think,
delisted.
there's case law that I believe that says listing doesn't need CEQA, but delisting needs CEQA. And then I believe that Vice Mayor Enander's question was, has there been legal analysis of these two options? And I can say right now, I don't think that there has been a public legal memo or on the listing and delisting, or well, delisting and or demo. And that's some direction that can be given. So you and we can do a memo on that, those legal options or the legal implications.
That's my only question to start with.
And Vice Mayor, I'm going to pick up on your question because Sean, so if the council direction down the road is demolition, do we have to go through this delist process? That wasn't clear to me.
No, you don't. I mean, of course, it's part of, if you want to go through the demolition process, then that you would have to go through the CEQA process. Likely the CEQA process would require a technical report, which would look at the, do a confirmation whether the structure is historic or not still. And even if it is historic, the council could pursue a statement of overriding consideration to approve the demolition of a historic structure, even though it would create significant environmental effect. So it's not necessary to go through delisting.
No, you don't need delisting to demo, but.
No.
Thank you. Any more council questions? I see we have one hand raised on the attendee list. So unless there are questions from council, city clerk, can we please go ahead and take public comment?
Sure. The first speaker is Pete Daly.
Well, I see two hands now, so let's do 3 minutes.
Okay.
I see three. Let's do 3 minutes. We'll see how many more hands go up.
You know, Mayor, what happened is
I know. We'll be discussing the norms in a couple of weeks. Go ahead.
They weren't ready for us to be done with questions.
And we surprised them. Go ahead, city clerk.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Pete Daly. I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission. I'm also on the subcommittee for Halsey House, and I also filed a report to support the considerations that you guys are undertaking. But I'm here tonight talking about my own views, and I'm not representing the commission with those comments. But first, I need to set the record straight a little bit. I appreciate staff's report. Dave did a great job, but I wanted to correct one item. The Parks and Recreation Commission did not vote to recommend full or partial restoration of the Halsey House. That vote failed by a margin of 3-2, failing to meet the requirement of 4 members of the commission as constituted, being a majority. Moreover, Commissioner Corrigan should have recused because he lives too close to Redwood Grove, and he had not recused. So I don't know whether that vote is valid at all, because not only did he participate in the vote, but he participated in the discussion and influenced the outcome. All that said, I'm here to encourage you to delist the Halsey House. It would not be the first structure that was removed from the historic resources inventory. I gave several examples of other structures that had been in fact removed and demolished in my report. And primarily my position is that it is not a historic structure. When you look at the history of the Halseys in particular, and Theodore Halsey, he was a crook. What he's known for is public corruption. 11 City of San Francisco supervisors testified at trial that they received cash bribes personally from Theodore Halsey. And after his career at the Pacific States Telephone Company was ended because of that public corruption, he went to the Philippines and participated in a colonial occupation of the Philippines that certainly doesn't redound to his record as a historical figure. And I don't think that's a narrative that we want to elevate. Moreover, the structure is a terrible exemplar of the Spanish Revival architecture. It lacks arched windows, arched doorways, wrought ironworks, inlaid tile, artistic flourishes that you would expect to see, decorated beams, fireplaces. The only thing that is typical of the style is the stucco exterior and the terracotta tiles. So I would encourage you to, in fact, delist this particular structure and then have the flexibility to demolish it. And if a new facility is needed there, you would be able to undertake that process with all options on the table. And that, I think, is really the best course of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
Our next speaker is Scott Spielman. Mr. Spielman?
Scott, are you there? He spoke earlier.
Yeah.
Let's move to the next speaker and maybe come back to him, Andrea.
Okay. Our next speaker is John.
Several key points here. The city has not met its legal obligation to maintain the building. There are 11, 12 other landmark properties in town, mine included, and we have a legal obligation to maintain our structure. We don't have the option of failing to maintain and then coming crying to the city and then saying we should be allowed to demolish our building. What good are rules if they aren't applied uniformly? Thank you, Jolie. There have been claims over the last decade that the city has no money. The city has no money. The city has no money. Yet in the last 5 years, the city has spent $40 million. That's a 40, $40 million on improvements and new structures in town. And Halsey House, maybe $50,000 for needed maintenance, much of which took more than almost 2 years to be done after it was authorized by the city council. Regardless of whether there was a valid vote or not at the park commission meeting, in fact, there was ample public community support for the programming that used to be run at Redwood Grove that incorporated Halsey House and a facility at Redwood Grove as a part of the programming. And that should not be lost. There were literally thousands of children who participated, 900 a year who participated in the summer program, 2,500 a year who participated in other programs at Redwood Grove. Because we're in a correcting the record, let me say that whilst other structures have been taken off of the HRI, I know of no other landmark structure in Los Altos that has been removed from its landmark structure designation. So, you know, words matter here. And I would welcome this, the council having another evaluation done of the building. Because, and by the way, if you think that Halsey was a crook, maybe you should look into Paul Schaup. Because if you go that route, you will have to rename Schaup Park and you will delist 500 University Avenue. There is a point of ridiculousness here. Let's not go there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
I'll try Scott Spielman again. Scott? Okay, next would be Roberta.
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that obviously we're all concerned about the finances in the city. However, Jim Sandoval, and I know he's on the line so he can confirm this, did give a report to the Parks and Rec Commission, which basically said, you know, we have about $5.4 million in the Park and Lou Fund now, which is a restricted fund and can only be spent, you know, on the parks or buildings. And that we have a group of buildings that have received, you know, permission to move forward on First Street and on El Camino. And that if indeed these projects did get built in the next year or two or three, that we would have approximately $16 million in the Park and Lou fees, so that this would not necessarily need to be a CIP project. It could, you know, be used from restricted funds. In other words, for example, you know, we're still doing all our sewer work because we're all still paying for our, you know, our sewer tax, because that's a restricted fund. And so I think that I just wanted to make you aware that those funds will become available and we could plan for whatever choice you make. I'm not making a recommendation at this point. I just wanted to have people aware that that report is available from Jim Sandoval. And, you know, there are funds that could be solely used for that without impacting other CIP funds. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I raised my kid at Halsey House. I was also a steward of many kids in the early 90s through early 2000s who spent time at Halsey House, and I encouraged their families to enroll in programs there. So I have deep heartstrings tied to memories at that place. Nevertheless, I have to put my emotions aside and understand the reality of this house. With regard to the architecture, it does not represent my heritage as a Mexican American in the least. With regard to the costs and cost recovery of a renovation or restoration, the task would be extraordinary and beyond the city's means. With regard to the cultural significance, the role of Halsey in history, especially in light of the resolution earlier this evening, we would just not want to perpetuate that legacy here. In particular, I cannot fathom how spending $20,000 on a study to come to the obvious conclusion that we cannot afford this venture could possibly be a good use of our funds. I hope that we proceed to demolish this site and come up with some new ideas about how to use the open space to further the city's need for parks and good programming. Thank you.
Miss Valadez, before you go, have you been sworn in as a new Parks and Rec commissioner yet?
Oh, I have. Yes.
Good. Well, first, congratulations. But now that you're a commissioner, you need to say for the record, you're speaking as a resident and individual and not as a commissioner.
Absolutely. Thank you for that reminder. I have been sworn in. Thank you. And I am speaking as an individual and not as a commissioner by any stretch. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Were we able to get Scott back on, City Clerk?
Only if he can hear us. Mr. Spielman? Mr. Spielman? He's unmuted, so he should be able to speak.
Would you check in? John's got his hand raised. Would you check in with John just in case he knows something?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so Scott is on my cell phone and I can have him talk into the mic if I think that'll work, folks.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Scott?
Hi, I am sorry I am having problems with Ring Central tonight. So both my computers have rejected me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. I wanted to speak as a resident, and I have to kill this if I may. As a resident, my kids grew up and were eligible for Halsey House in the 2000 to 2008 era. Unfortunately, we couldn't get in because it was such a popular program, but we tried and we tried and we tried. This was one of the very unique parts of Los Altos. And we're not only looking at 900 kids for just a summer camp over a period of the time that it was managed by Keith Gutierrez, we're probably looking at 20,000 kids that benefited from the uniqueness of Halsey House programs. And they were quite extraordinary. Not only a program for Native Americans, but very, very innovative programs that were offered on nature and many other elements. Well, Los Altos had a very unique asset. And programmatically, as the city goes forward, I would really urge a full assessment of the historical programs and the future programs that could be considered. Elizabeth Ward, this wonderfully brilliant historian, is part of our Los Altos community as she directs our history museum, is an incredible resource for ideas about the history that is there. Now, something's very unique historically to me, and that is Emma Halsey herself was a pioneer in doing things as a woman that I don't think many women of her generation did, and she was the visionary behind planting those amazing trees that have become Redwood Grove. So please look at the programs. With respect to costs, one of the interesting things is looking through, future priorities. Los Altos will have park and lieu fees coming, and I don't know the exact number, but I estimate, but based on what we've heard, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $15 million. Those fees have to be directed for park-oriented programs. Certain priorities the city needs to determine for quality. I would hope that Halsey House would be one of those. And so the question of money isn't that the money isn't available. It will be available, but is Halsey House the kind of priority that the city wants to consider? So cost-wise, I think the money could be found. Programmatically, there's history that really validates what's there. And the history itself has some unique elements to it, but I'm not an expert. And so I really commend the work of staff. Their presentation tonight was excellent. And I think their recommendations are very compelling. One of the best jobs I've seen staff do since I've been listening to staff presentations. I urge
Thank
council
you, Mr.
to
Spielman.
approve
Mr.
the
Spielman,
recommendations
Mr.
of
Spielman,
staff and hire the
Spielman,
consultant
can you hear me?
and do
John,
their
can you
diligence,
hear me?
because there's a lot of information that
Andrea,
really
I'm
needs
gonna have
to
you
be
stop,
vetted
Mr.
out yet.
Spielman.
So
I'm gonna
those are
have you
my
go ahead and
thoughts.
mute
Thank
Mr.
you,
Spielman.
staff, for great work. City manager and also Dave Breeze.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised from the public, City Clerk.
No, there are no other members of the public wishing to speak.
Thank you. So I will bring it back to council and ask Mr. Breeze again to please pull up the recommendations slide. Okay, just to help guide our focused discussion. So the first question for us is, what structural options council wishes to consider? Mr. Breeze gave us 4: the full renovation, adaptive reuse, partial renovation, partial demolition, complete demolition, or mothballing. Do we want to take any of those options off the table or add to this list? Or are we fine with this list? Is this list comprehensive and options we want to remain on the table?
Can we do this in light of what the city attorney said to us earlier this evening?
Yes,
you
we're not deciding. Yes, we can.
Well, we're deciding to not look at an option. That to me is a decision. I just want clarification.
I see where you're going. I do think, I think, let's just say, is there anything we want to add to the list and not take off? Is there anything that we think is missing from these 4 options? I don't see any hands. It's Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, so we don't have the options in front of us, but I was going to propose, isn't mothballing by definition not making a decision now, and we committed to make a decision? So is that a decision? Is that an option that could come off the list?
I would support that.
So I don't think the decision, I can only speak for myself. I think in December, we all agreed we wanted to move in the direction of making a decision, move away from this mothballing concept. But it's possible that after we go through this exercise at the end of the study session, we may decide, you know what? Let's just keep mothballing. I am not, but I wouldn't want to take it off the table. Not that I'm saying I support it. We're not having that discussion. So I'm going to go to number 2. Identify any additional questions the council would like answered. We've seen a lot of questions asked. It's in the packet. I can get us started. I do want to pick up on this whole delist demolition. My question would be, really at the study session, a clear process explanation of what is involved if we were to vote to demolish the Halsey House. And then my other question is, what would trigger a delisting process? So those are the 2 questions. I don't need an answer now. That's for the study session, but I really need to understand those 2 points for me to then make other decisions. Other council members, I see a hand raised. Let me go to my other screen. Vice Mayor Enander.
I agree, Mayor. I want to understand legally what's involved with a demolition decision and or a delisting decision. I don't know what delisting gets us unless if we don't have to delist in order to demolish, then maybe the only question is demolish, although delisting may lead to, we can do different things with the building if we want to keep the building. So I don't understand that. I need to understand that. What I think we also need to do, though, in this process is to understand the legal risks as well as the information we need. So if we need the kind of report that Mr. Gallegos talked about before we can even consider this stuff, then to me, let's get that on the table. And then at what point can we get some good legal advice as to, because I don't want to see us spend a bunch of money and just find out like, oh, you have a snowball's chance in you know what of going down that path. That would be a pretty stupid thing to do. Separately, what I will also mention is that if there is contemplated a demo and a replacement with a different structure, I think that needs to be factored into the legal consideration, because I think we would potentially, and I'm no expert here, I'm only asking the question, that if we were to demo under one set of criteria and say we are justified in demoing this, and then come back separately and then build something new, I think we have a different set of legal risks that we need to look at if we haven't been upfront about what our real intention is.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. I see, so City Attorney, did you want to respond to something that you're hearing?
I was going to say something, but I think Vice Mayor clarified it. There is going to have to be some sort of analysis of delisting and then what, or demoing and then what. So not looking at delisting in a vacuum and not looking at demo in a vacuum, because if you demo and you're going to rebuild, you've got to be careful that there's no piecemealing for purposes of CEQA.
And see, I didn't know, I only suspected that could be an issue, so I wanted to get it on the table. Thank you very much.
All those factors. Councilmember Meadows, again, we're looking at number 2. Any additional questions you want council for staff to bring back at the study session?
So one of the things, and it sort of touched on, but I want to make sure to make it explicit. The one thing that most of the community actually agreed on is everyone loves the trees, Redwood Grove. You know, you can love or hate the house, but the trees. So I think that everything that we look at, we should understand the impact on the Grove. And in fact, I don't think that I've seen it mentioned, but what requirements we have, that's a nature preserve. So what requirements, so we talk about what historic requirements go along with scenarios for the house. What are we obligated to do to protect the nature preserve? And how is that impacted by each of the scenarios we consider?
Thanks, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Following up on what Councilmember Meadows just said, I think having a better understanding of how this all fits into the purpose of a nature preserve, the Redwood Grove as a whole, is really important. And following up on that notion, when it comes to the factors that we're looking at as we make our decision, programming really does not matter to me at all, but how the land, the space is used in terms of Redwood Grove being a nature preserve. That matters a lot to me. I think that that's a really important factor, which I hope that staff and the commissions will take into account. Another question that I would like answered by staff is an understanding of the scope of what adaptive reuse means. Does adaptive reuse mean rebuilding the entire structure? Could it mean partial demo, partial rebuild? If it's partial demo, could parts of the structure be used in different ways? I spoke to Larry Lang earlier today on the Historic Commission. He's an historic commissioner. And he said that there's an idea out there that would sort of keep the shadow of the house without rebuilding the entire structure. what would it take to accomplish that if that's the direction of the council would want to go?
Okay. Thanks, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Thank you. That said, regarding adaptive reuse, I want to make sure that if we pursue that route, it meets with the Interior, the Department of Interior on the protections regarding historic preservation or whatever we need to maintain its, if it's a historic qualification, it meets with that and still retains it under that. The other thing I want is, I really want to understand funding sources, whichever route we take. The funding sources, because like if we decide that we're going to go with restoration or whatever, which avenue we take, because we're not going to need all those studies if we need to do the CEQA studies and stuff, what, you know, that bucket of money gets there. And I just want to understand the funding sources for each of the different decisions we make. So everyone's talked about potentially 15 million to 16 million. So that funding, how much of it can, you know, of course, Park and Lou, this is a park facility, can be directed here. So we just need to understand the timeline of the funding source and whether we'll have any contingency funds left over from the community center and we can transfer it onto this. So understanding the funding sources.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee Ang. Then I'm going to move to number 3, and Mr. Kilger or Mr. Breeze, this question is actually to you, because we have shared with you the additional information that we need. I am not an expert to say what we've described is considered additional technical information. So based on what we've communicated to you we need, and you've heard from the commissioners that we need, do you think we need this ARG consultant to provide that information at least prior to the study session, or can we have the study session before we have to approve the ARG consultant?
Mayor, if I can add to what you're saying there.
Go ahead.
My concern is that it's not clear to me that the ARG report gets us to what Mr. Gallegos described as a historic resource evaluation, which we would need if we were going to go certain directions. So I'm not sure how the ARG information would fit into our decision process. I don't want to spend it prematurely and have it not give us what we need.
I agree. And so that's why I'm looking to Mr. Kilger or Mr. Breeze to say, based on what we've said, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I'll start, and then I'd like Mr. Breeze, Mr. Gallegos to step in. And correct me if I'm wrong, is staff had brought this up before, because based on what council has said, particularly in terms of laying out the process and the cost of those processes, so you had a true understanding of what the total cost would be, I think was important. We're asking the council to approve this because ARG already has a contract with the city, and this would be in addition past my signature authority. If I had the opportunity, and based on what I heard, if we'd been able to locate the funding, I probably would have had it done by now, because I think it really will play a lot relative to some of the questions you had regarding the risks. Such as the legal risk and the legal analysis, to really understand how those tie together. I'll ask Dave to jump on that. With respect to the historical valuation, I tend to agree with you, and I'd like to ask Sean is, in addition to the ARG, should we also pursue that evaluation? So I'll go to Mr. Breeze first.
Well, actually, I was going to defer to Sean on this. Because he has the expertise in working with ARG and doing that. So, Sean.
Second, I'm trying to. Okay. So, it's my so the expectation with the ARG report is to provide for each of the alternatives, the process, the timeline, and the cost. And the expectation is part of that process would include, for some of the alternatives, the potential historic resource evaluation. If it's not, that needs to be a discussion with ARG. The objective, of course, isn't that at the end of the report that you're going to get back from ARG that you're going to have a copy of a historic resource evaluation. What it's going to, my understanding is what's going to have is the process, the steps required to achieve each of the alternatives. And one of those steps will be the necessity for historic resource evaluation. And then with that will be the timeline for that and the cost of it. So it should be automatically part of a demolition process, because that'll be tied as a technical document to the CEQA document. An adaptive reuse potentially would require that also with the Secretary of the Interior's report. And then a clear rehabilitation would be a Secretary of the Interior's report. But that should be laid out in the process section when ARG gives us the report, and they should be able to give us the price of that. That's the expectation.
So Mr. Gags, let me ask the question a different way. In order for staff to be adequately prepared to provide the information to council at this future city council, future study session, do you need the consultant on board?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do believe so. I think it's essential.
And Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Clarification. Mr. Gallegos, based on what you've heard, do you believe, I think I know the answer, but do you believe as defined in the question is sufficient, or we need to expand it to include a more robust historical evaluation?
So when I've read the ARG report, there's a lot of ambiguity in the proposal. There's potentially some ambiguity in the proposal. So it may be necessary to have a little bit more robust kind of discussion regarding historical sections. Yeah.
So should we increase this then to make sure that we can get that taken care of in time for the study session?
Yes, I would think that would be essential to, at least for the council to make their decision at that study
What
session.
would you recommend though? I know you've looked into the cost to do that a more robust historical analysis.
So and I know John Biggs can speak to this too, because we did an RFP probably like a year and a half or 2 years ago, and the prices we received were between $5,000 to $15,000. Now, our experience with the lower priced proposals weren't always the greatest. So potentially it would be in the $10,000 range. A lot of those reports that we saw were very reputable firms. And I think, and John I don't know if he remembers those reports, but we can always go back and look at that, but potentially 10,000 would be sufficient.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, as staff, we really haven't had a chance to discuss this. So just take a second. So John, what I'm hearing from you is ARG's scope could not be expanded. We will need to bring someone else on to build on top of that. Is that what you're saying?
No, ARG could do the work. They're a very reputable firm, and the scope could be expanded to be included in this work. Yeah, ARG does very, their work is very high quality, and their historians, of course,
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so one thing I need to clarify, Mr. Kildrer, because this is within your budget. Are you looking for council to appropriate these funds for?
If it is ARG, yes, I need you to authorize it and move forward, because based on their previous contracts with the city on the similar subject matter, it would exceed my signature authority. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
And I would say increase this, and it doesn't mean we have to use it all. But, yeah, okay. It doesn't have to use it all, but yeah, and I think that's what the city attorney is saying. We are negotiating against ourselves right here. And that's not the intent, Madam City Attorney, but we do need to get some idea of what we're doing here. I'd recommend. Okay, thank
Right,
you.
it's just not on the agenda to authorize spending.
Yeah, it is.
It is, no?
Anyway, I'm
So-
so we're requesting, I would suggest you raise it to 30,000.
I
Just to
don't
be
think
safe.
you're even close.
Would
Sorry.
you like
I-
us,
I
would
did
you
a little
like us to
research.
return with this item?
I did a little research on these historic research evaluations, and
How much?
they're not cheap, and that's why I'm saying, you know, maybe we need to look at what we think we want to do before we go spend that kind of money. I mean,
So let's pick up on something, Councilmember, based on what Mr. Bree said, because that's why I framed the question the way I did. Where in order for them to be fully prepared for our study session, they do need ARG's assistance, right? Now, this additional historical work that we're talking about, Mr. Breeze, does that also need to be completed? That to me sounds like an additional analysis. Does that also need to be completed for you to have all the information that we're asking for at the study session?
Not for all of it, but if I kind of put it back to you in the council in that what the 20,000 is for is to give current cost estimates for the different of the 4 different options that are out there. What are all the steps that are needed in the process? And so, and then, and what's a cost estimate for in a schedule for all those? And so, just from the questions of tonight, you know, there was a clear process explanation if demolished. What would trigger delisting process? What's involved with demolition, delisting options, and a process tree for each, basically. Separate from it, what are the legal risks of each?
Right. So, Mr. Breeze, do we need this historic resource evaluation so all the questions, based on all the questions that we've asked, and I know you're going over the list,
Yeah.
we need this additional work to be done before the study session to answer those questions? Or can we, because I think
Not
what
the
we're
historical
hearing,
portion. The historical portion is, I think what we're going to be bringing back at the study session is, here are the 4 options. Here's what's involved with each of the 4 options. Here's the cost of each of the 4 options. Do you
Right.
want us to still continue to pursue all 4 options, or can you take any of them off the list at that time? Or do you want us to proceed with whichever one of these? And here's all the information for that. So that's what ARG will be presenting to us.
okay, so it sounds like you proposed 20,000 and our city attorney can weigh in on whether or not we can actually appropriate this tonight. But it sounds like for the work that needs to happen for the study session, it's within the scope of this $20,000, the process, timeline, cost of each option.
Yes.
Okay, good. So then number 4, I've been assuming we're all going to agree that we need a study session. So any objections to a study session? And Councilmember Lee Eng, I see you have your hand raised, but I just want to make sure, any objections to scheduling a study session? Okay, before I go to you, Vice Mayor, let me go to Councilmember Lee Eng.
I'm concerned because you're saying that when we go to the study session, so going to number 4, we're going to be missing information. And if we got to go to that study session and make decision, what I heard is that he's going to just give information of the 4 options, but some of the options might be missing information to make informed decisions. So Sean stated that it was important to have that historical analysis. He stated it was 5 to 15,000. So I can understand if, you know, we put a cap on 35,000, not to exceed the ARG report, not to exceed 35,000. And then if he doesn't need that much money and he gets it at 30, that's better. But that said, I was just wondering why it was above, like why the interim city manager needed our approval because that's still under his
It's not.
required budget for approval. So I just needed to understand that.
Because
Yeah.
we're amending the ARG contract, so this will take you outside of your, okay,
And Mayor, I know we, if I may,
yes.
to deal with the city attorney's concerns, I think at this stage, if you agree, we can come back with you with a contract amendment
I agree.
to act on quickly by the next meeting, just so you have it, if you can scope out what you want in that. And I think that'll be cleaner. And that way you don't have to kind of just wonder what you're sending us off to do.
I agree 100%. I see Vice Mayor Enander, go ahead.
Yeah, my only concern is, and I don't want to put the city attorney on the spot, so I don't expect her to answer. I'm just going to say,
Jolie, don't answer.
Yeah, don't answer, Jolie.
Julie, don't answer this. If informed legal counsel who understands all this stuff were to say to us, you aren't gonna have a snowball's chance, etc. It might, and that if that were true, and I'm not asking if it is, and I don't want to comment, but I'm just saying, if that's true, that may trump kind of everything else. And should we spend this money before we get an answer to that question?
So because she's not answering, good, Anita, because that's my question too. I think you and I have been asking the same questions. To me, that is a very preliminary question for us to proceed. I think they have that on their list. So I want to wrap this discussion up.
So quick question on that. Quick question. Do we need a closed session to answer some of these legal questions? Or can we do it at public session, at a study session?
Can our city attorney do that, or does she need to consult with somebody either in her firm or outside of the firm, or do we need to approve anything for that?
Yeah, so let me, I know so the city attorney will determine what she needs to do in a confidential memo and send to council versus what she'll be able to opine publicly at the study session. So we have the structural options to number one. We have the additional questions that we want answered at this future study session. Staff will come back with an amendment to the ARG contract to cover the scope we have discussed and the amounts we have discussed for or review and approval. And after that, I'm assuming we will schedule the study session because we need to get ARG on board before we can schedule the study session, because they are a very key part of the study session. Is there any other action, Mr. Kilger, you need us to decide on or take tonight?
Unless staff has any questions, no. And I want to thank them again for putting together a great report and presentation.
No, this was great. Thank you so much. Very clear.
Thanks, Dave. Good job.
Thank you. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is the Los Altos Theater Working Group. And that is my item to present. And I'll be brief. I know we've talked about this a couple times. And I do want to point out a couple things with this item, just based on questions we've received. This item is not requiring council to make any decisions related to any city-owned property. Any decisions related to a city-owned property will be done at a public meeting with sufficient time for public input and discussion. This item is solely a statement that as council, we support the formation of a working group to explore building a theater in Los Altos. I personally, and I can speak for myself, I would love to have a theater in Los Altos, but that's not the decision we're making tonight. We're simply saying we support the formation of a working group. And one of the reasons why I'm proposing we do this is, we want to make sure that a group doesn't spend months exploring this, hiring consultants, and then coming to the city to say, we have this proposal for Los Altos Theater. We would like to place it on city-owned property or use this city resource, and for us to say, no, why did you waste your time doing that? I really want this to be a potential public-private partnership. I will also say I did not have to put this on the agenda, but I wanted to be very public and transparent with this group to make sure that, down the road, the other criticism would be somehow I went, and spoke to one person or one group and asked them to start working on this. So I wanted this to be a very open, public, transparent decision. Again, this will not require staff work. It will not require council work, and no decisions related to city-owned property will be made without the normal legal process required. I'm going to stop there to see if we have questions. I see Councilmember Lee Eng. Go ahead.
So number one, you just made a statement that I'm very concerned about this being a public-private partnership. And I have to understand what the city is getting involved with these nonprofit groups, because if this doesn't ring out that we're sending a message that we're giving preferential treatment to one group or one nonprofit or the other, it definitely is doing that here. So I'm very concerned about that, because that's saying that you're already supporting the proposal it's coming before us. So
Yes, let me respond. I said potential public-private partnership, and that's what it would be if the working group, and it's very clear on the record what it says, if the proposal includes city-owned land or resources, they would have to come back to us. So it is a potential. I don't know if anything will pan out, but it is a potential public-private partnership. And with the working group, there's not a group, for example, XYZ LLC out there that I'm saying this is the group that's going to explore whether or not we can build a theater in Los Altos. My ideal would be this working group consists of parents, seniors, empty nesters, North Los Altos, South Los Altos, because this would be a proposal for a Los Altos theater that everybody in the community would be able to use and utilize and enjoy. So this is not saying support XYZ working group. It is just saying we support the formation of this group to explore building a Los Altos theater, and then we're open to them coming back to us with a proposal if it includes city-owned property or resources.
You don't even have a group identified. It's just, it's something, it's premature. And I am concerned that we're setting a bad precedent here. We don't have, you're just saying, oh, people can gather together and bring a proposal forward. I mean, for me to say, okay, I support another formation of another group to bring a proposal forward to create an animal shelter in Los Altos. I mean, we're getting on a slippery slope here. And that's what I have to say. We're on a very slippery slope here. And a theater might be great. But then let those people form their group, let them make their proposal and let them present it to us. I think that's the way it's always been. But I just think that we're opening up a Pandora's box here. And we're sending.
I appreciate the question, Councilmember Lee Eng. I will say Vicky Reeder, who has been very involved in the theater for decades here in Los Altos, has helped build the Bus Barn Theater. She's definitely interested in helping shepherding and forming this working group that consists of different Los Altos residents. But again, you use the animal shelter example. If you, for example, support the idea of an animal shelter and you can get council to say, let's support an animal shelter and have a working group and come back to us, then that's a discussion we should definitely have. I am putting it on the open table. I'm not doing this behind closed doors. I'm being very open and transparent with this concept of let's say, working group, come to us within 6 months if you have a proposal that will use city property to build a theater. It's very simple. And I'm comfortable with whatever precedent this may be setting. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Mayor, there's really only one thing you said that concerns me, and that is that you would like to see Los Altos have a theater. Los Altos does have a theater. I think that the theater we have is woefully inadequate, and frankly, I think that our residents, our community, our youth deserve something that is state of the art, deserve something that is more of a credit to the community, and quite frankly, is something that befits what the resources of Los Altos can provide. I think it's a great idea. I support it. I very much want to give the message to anyone out there who might be interested in exploring a public-private partnership that, yes, this is a council that very much is interested in exploring the idea.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg, and thanks for correcting me. We do have our Bus Barn Theater, which I visited many times. I joined when I moved to Los Altos, so thanks for that correction. Vice Mayor Enander.
Hi, we did discuss this at our retreat when we were setting up priorities. And my recollection is that in that discussion, we said we were not going to take this up at all. So I was frankly surprised to see it put on our agenda, and apparently put on our agenda unilaterally. And I don't understand that. But setting that aside, I think that taking a step to encourage such a formation sends a wrong message at a wrong time. I think it predisposes us to then want to support whatever the group would bring forward, which I think is an error. And no matter how much you disclaim that that's what we would be doing, I believe there would be a perception that we are supporting it, especially having heard now 2 council members say that they support having a theater. So I think that that's definitely signaling something, and to say, oh, well, it's still going to be a public process is a little bit, I'll say, disingenuous. I think this is a wrong time because if it potentially affects public land, we are entering into a period of looking at our housing element and the potential to need to use some public land to meet our RHNA goals. And so to have one thing running that may potentially want to use public land when we have a legal obligation that may compel us to want to use public land, I think we're setting up a crash, a potential crash that we can avoid by just saying, wrong time to do this until we know where we're headed with RHNA and how that might affect our public land.
No, thanks for that, Vice Mayor Enan. And let me respond to a few things. So at our retreat discussion, when I proposed putting it on the priority list, I got a lot of pushback. I decided I would not have it on the priority list. That was what I said. Second, what I did publicly was I brought it back to a public council meeting during the future agenda item discussion, and I had Councilmember Meadows. So it wasn't a unilateral decision. Let's get the facts straight.
Her name was, pardon me, but her name was not shown as being a co-proposer here.
No, that's just to present at the council meeting, but I want to make the record clear that Councilmember Meadows seconded me putting this on the agenda as we're required to do. And if I recall correctly, Councilmember Weinberg also jumped in when we were discussing the item. So we had at least 3 council members supporting putting this on the agenda, even though we only required 2 without a staff report. The third point about presupposing anything, it really doesn't. Because if a proposal is brought to us in October, we will still use the discretion and authority as council members to make decisions that are in the best interest of our community. I would not make a decision unless I sincerely believed it was in the best interest of our community, regardless of what a working group put forward. And the fourth thing I would say, I actually think differently. I think because we're talking about the use of our public lands, and if this is a potential use, I think now is the best time for us to be discussing this item, at least within the next year. So I appreciate your comments. I really do. But I've demonstrated. So I still support moving forward with the statement from council. It's for the same reasons Councilmember Weinberg said. And it's basically indicating we don't want people thinking they're going to spend this time, and then when they come to us, we could say no. If we don't like the proposal, we can say no. But at least they know we're saying we're open to you guys bringing a proposal to us for us to look at.
And in the interest of time, I suggest you make your proposal.
Okay, thank you. I move that we support the formation of a working group to develop a proposal for Los Altos Theater, which will include conceptual plans, capital cost, and potential revenue sources or commitments, operating models, critical success factors for operations, potential partners, and possible site locations. And if such a working group is formed and they have such a proposal, that such proposal shall be presented to City Council no later than October 31st, 2021.
I didn't get a chance to ask some questions. So I think everyone's had some good points. I would want to say, as I think has been stated, that this doesn't presuppose any decision, nor frankly does it presuppose that we have to well, if it doesn't presuppose a decision, sorry, it's great, then we may not even support a theater, but they may not necessarily be asking it. But I don't understand why we put time on it. Yeah, I'm probably breaking up in more ways than one, sorry. But I don't understand how we can assign a time frame if we don't even know who the task force is. Why they're saying, you guys go think about it, and we're willing to listen when you've when you've got something to tell us. I don't, why do we want them to come in October? They haven't even formed yet. Maybe they need more time. So we don't even know who they are. So anyway, that's I support some group doesn't obligate us to even support, their options, or even at that time, an option of a new theater right then and there anyway. But I just don't I don't really think we need a time limit on it. Sorry, I'm repeating myself.
No, and I'm fine taking the time limit out, Councilmember Meadows. So I can revise my motion. I'll take that as a friendly amendment and not put a date by which such a working group would need to bring back a proposal. Okay. Councilmember Liang, is your hand raised to ask a question now, or is that from before?
Yes, no, it's to make a statement as well. I'm concerned because we've never denied someone bringing forward a proposal to council. So why would you believe that we have to support a group in order to bring a proposal forward? That's my question.
So I don't think
that's why I think it's a slippery slope.
Right. I don't think we have to. It's something that I'm asking my colleagues to do. And again, it's really to send that message and make the statement so that, Vicky Reader or any other individuals who will be part of this working group, that they know if they spend 6 months, or as Councilmember Meadows said, they could take a year. We don't know. That at least they know that, they spend the year. We have said, if your proposal includes city-owned land, we're open to listening to the proposal.
We're always open to listening proposals.
Right, so it doesn't hurt.
That's the trouble I have with this, and it demonstrates that there's some preferential treatment here. And that's my concern. But my concern is we've always been open to listening proposals. So
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Liang. So we have, I don't see any more hands. The motion is on the table. Do we have a second, Councilmember Weinberg?
Mayor, I'm sorry, I know the hour is late, but could you please repeat the motion a little bit more slowly?
Okay. Move to support the formation of a working group to develop a proposal for Los Altos Theater, which will include conceptual plans, capital cost, and potential revenue sources or commitments, operating models, critical success factors for theater operations, potential partners, and possible site locations. And if such a proposal is created, the working group would present such a proposal or progress update to City Council. And I changed this because of Council Member's amendment, as they deem necessary.
can we take public comment, please?
It's not time yet, Council Member Liang. We have not finished
Could-
asking questions.
Could I offer a small friendly amendment to change the word will to could?
Oh, because you're making the motion. I thought we take public comment before the motion.
Which could include, is that where you're making the change? Councilmember
Yeah, so
Liang?
rather than giving them a list that they must come to us with, simply suggest these are things that we know are gonna have to be addressed. But it may be that they wanna come to council earlier in the process before they've even figured all those details out.
Okay, and I was responding to what the motion, I think Vice Mayor Yolanda was like, make motions. Okay, so if I don't see any more questions from council, let's go to public comment. I see we have 2 hands raised, City Clerk.
Yes, we have Roberta wishing to speak, followed by Janine Valdez.
And we'll give each person 3 minutes, please.
Roberta?
Hi, this is Roberta. So I am very concerned because this is sort of, we're going to pack the snowball together, give it to you so you can start rolling it down the hill and make it bigger and bigger. I happen to agree with Anita that we're going into the housing element. 4 years ago, I was standing in the parking lot downtown where the, theater group that wanted a theater downtown was talking to the Los Altos Investment Group, and it was very clear that they wanted to use one of the parking lots downtown. And, we've heard proposals of let's put low-income housing on the parking lot downtown. We've heard proposals that we want to have a parking committee reinstituted because of the parklets, et cetera, taking up parking spaces, and that we might require additional parking. And I think that, just giving a blessing is, tantamount to saying, yes, we really, really want you to do this, without taking into consideration some real needs that we have as far as housing and as far as parking. My second objection to this is that you stated in the report as a non-Brown Act activity. And that is not transparent. You getting a bunch of like-minded people together, you're not having public hearings if it's a non-Brown Act activity. And, the Brown Act is there to protect transparency, to have community input. And if you were saying, I want to form a committee and it's going to be Brown Act and we can have this residents in the city participate, or we're going to do a survey of all the members of the city, since it will affect all of our public land, that would be something very different. So I understand the enthusiasm. I understand the desire to move forward. I don't think it's the appropriate time. I don't think it should be a non-Brown Act. And I think that we really, have on our priority housing, the housing element. And that really needs to be done. And we have to do our budget, which staff will be, focusing on that a lot. And I think Vicki Reed has done a nice job on the Usborne Theater, but it's closed now. We're still in the middle of COVID. And it just doesn't seem necessary to do this now. I don't think there's any urgency to do it now. And it's not a priority. So I would really urge you to, you know, kick the can down the road just a little bit, and, you know, focus on what you really need to focus on. You can't focus on everything. Thank you.
Roberta.
Next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. Mayor Fliger, I think the idea of a proclamation or statement or a motion from the city council inviting public-private partnerships as a structure, as an instrument for a variety of topics or objectives that they would be welcome for review or suggestion is a good way to let the community know that you're not averse to such structures, financial structures, et cetera. So I think that's a good idea. This could include housing, arts, retail, parking, any combination of mixed uses therein of those topics. So, however, I do agree that deciding to start with a single topic, whether you were picking parking or you're picking a theater, et cetera, it kind of does imply some preference that could eliminate people from pursuing another opportunity, believing that perhaps you don't favor those. So in essence, I agree with what you're trying to do. Put things on the table. I think that's great. Public-private partnerships are possibly something that we don't think about as much as residents. So I think that part is great. It's just declaring the particular subject area and the particular result is perhaps leaves you open to some criticism about being preferential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janine.
Our next speaker is Scott Spielman.
Hopefully I'm unmuted this time.
You are, we can hear you.
Okay. I love creative ideas and I commend you, Mayor Fliger, for this idea. I would suggest to you that the timing might be off a little bit, that coming out of COVID, there are quite a number of priorities that I think council will need to address that should come first. And so where does this fit on the priority list? What will it require from council and staff in time and money? And is this the right time? I think a further consideration is a few years ago, we had a downtown vision plan. And in that plan was a proposal for a theater and other downtown developments. Where has that gone and how does this impact that? Why isn't the downtown vision plan being reconsidered? I think the appearances of this at this time would suggest that maybe you could put this off a little bit until we have exited COVID. We focused on our businesses, we focused on our community, we focused on our financial situation that I think is a concern to quite a number of people, and not to mention the housing issues, which are manifold. So I'd urge you to go slowly on this, perhaps have a review session by council to consider the ramifications of what this obligates our city to assess before you make a commitment to open this up to certainly a number of unknowns. So I'd urge you to go slowly on this and delay it until a later time. But I love the idea. I think it's creative and I think it's very valuable. So thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Scott.
Madam Mayor, we have one more speaker, Pete Daly.
So I guess it's the usual suspects that stay up late, but I actually want to say that now is the time. Absolutely. The arts have been decimated under COVID. And, you know, most people accept that life will be different in some way after COVID, and there are going to be changes that people make. And this is a sort of threshold moment in history, and we can come out of this moment with some momentum and do things that will improve our community. I promise you that most of the downtown business owners would love to have something that would attract more people to downtown. So I know that there are a lot of things on council's plate. There's a lot of things on everybody's plate, but it is absolutely the time to incorporate bold vision for the future of this community. And as I said, the arts were decimated, downtown businesses have been decimated, and we can really put a stake in the ground saying, you know what, we're going to come out of this with some wind in our sails and have some momentum toward a brighter future. And I think it would just do wonders for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. And I don't see any more hands raised. City Clerk, do we have any more members of the public that you're seeing?
No, I see no more members of the public wishing to speak.
Sometimes you see hands that I don't see. So I just have two comments just based on the public comments. And one is, I am not proposing making this a council priority, and there's no requirement that council members or staff will be doing any work to take away from the priorities we have identified. And so to the comments about we have a lot on our plate, I agree. I am not trying to put this on our plate, and with Council Member Meadows' amendment to the motion where we're not even putting a 6-month window on it, you know, I think that further bolsters the point that this is not something that we're focused on. It's not our priority. This is just a statement of support. And so with that, unless at the late hour, I have the motion. I'm looking for a second, and then we can go to the roll call vote. Councilmember Weinberg.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. So the motion, City Clerk, by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. And this is, and I'll just say for the record as well, this is very similar to the priority that the previous council before this had put on the priority list under Mayor Pepper. When that full council had supported that priority list. So with that, City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Lee Ing.
No, and the comment I would like to make is that we welcome all proposals, not just in this particular group.
Councilmember Meadows.
I will say yes. We'll point out that it does not obligate council in any way in any part of the decision, the proposal that may come forward.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes. No comment.
Vice Mayor Enander.
No.
And Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your patience. I know it's very late. So moving along to informational items, we have the Community Center monthly construction update. Do we have any questions from council? Seeing none, we'll move to the Police Task Force recommendations update. And as an informational items, as council members know, we don't have staff do a report, and we don't normally have questions, but we know at least one member of the public has indicated she has questions. So I will open up this item to the public for comment. So City Clerk, I see one hand raised.
That's Janine Valadez.
How much time do I have?
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. All of my comments are referring to specific items in Chief Galea's update. So if you have that in front of you, it'll be easier for me to navigate you there. So a response, I have this all in writing if people want me to forward that at some point. The item number 1 is my response to number 1, which basically has to do with the establishment of an intake official as the third-party receiver of complaints. I have several comments. First, the use of the designation official even though Chief Galea said to make sure that it sounds like it's outside the PD. In fact, it sounds like it's inside the PD because it's too close to officer. So a different name needs to be used. If the original portal is unacceptable, I suggest independent intake monitor or advocate or steward, something that doesn't have office in it. Also, the web form, I ran a test case on it. The same facility needs to be set up independently on a different page for the independent intake. Having the web form in the police page be the place where somebody writes up a complaint and it hits the submit button and it goes to PD kind of defeats the whole purpose of the independent intake portal. And then otherwise requiring the complainant to send an email to the independent intake person without having the benefit of a web form is inequitable. So then I looked at the printing facility in case, at least the person could use the form as a template and then print out their results and then go the old-fashioned way and send an email to the intake person. And that is an onerous process because each page has to be printed independently. So a cleanup has to be done on that whole process. Moreover, the flow charts are down at the very bottom. They actually need to be way up at the top because the action is guided by the flow chart, not the other way around. Jumping down to item 2, again, repeating, the complaints entered on the web form will be automatically sent to the independent intake official and police administration. That was not the agreement for process. There had to be 2 ways that a person from which they could choose to submit a complaint, not one place that would then get bifurcated. So that needs to be changed. Item 3A, ensure that the tracking database would track both formal and informal complaints. The actual recommendation was more specific about the items to be tracked. And there's no update here on whether that detail was included to show that all 11 data points are tracked for each complainant and the officer as approved by our recommendations. So more detail is needed there. Going further down to item 3B, as in boy, I, the city has entered into an agreement with an.
So. Ms. Valadez,
Yes.
time is up. I don't know if you just stopped abruptly, but your time is up. So thank you for your comments. City Clerk, who do we have next?
We have Pete Daly.
Thank you. Go ahead, Pete.
So I would cede my time to Janine if she has other material that she has identified in Chief Galea's report that she wants to comment on.
So Pete,
I don't know if you're available, but
to cede your time, you have to do it before. So she has already spoken.
okay.
Time
I'm
is up.
sorry. I withdraw then.
Okay. Thank you. And so what I would like to do, Chief Galea, if you're still with us, if you could respond to the comments we just heard from Ms. Valadez on the report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Yeah, I was taking some notes as she was speaking, but I cannot write that fast. So I don't know if there is a misunderstanding on a couple of the processes. We tried to make this as just really as seamless and as user-friendly as possible. In terms of having an independent page, we thought it would be best if someone wanted to voice a concern or a complaint, that they go to one point and the comment, complaint, whatever, is distributed to 2 points at the same time. That is my understanding of the way that process works. In terms of the flow chart, yeah, certainly we could move it up higher. I'm happy to look at some of her points, and I can't remember exactly what else that was pointed out.
So Chief Galea, I'll just touch on two things I heard her say on the web form. I guess the question is it possible to have the web form on the city website? So that residents can access it both from the city's website? No. So you're saying, is that possible?
Oh, no, I think that's easily done.
Okay, so maybe that's one way for us to address that concern, because I think what I'm hearing is by having the web form, giving the impression that it's, filling out a police form, they may not appreciate the fact that it actually goes to this independent official.
Okay.
The second point I heard about the 11 data points, as one of the council members who supported the task force, I remember we gave the disclaimer, and I hope Ms. Valadez is listening and remembers this. We said it would be subject to legal review. So if there are certain data points that our attorney believes should not be disclosed, that would not be publicly disclosed. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that we had identified data points, but it was always subject to legal review on what we could actually publicly disclose. And then the flow charts, you already addressed that, that's moving it up on the page. And then the use of the word official. I know there were two terms proposed during the task force: auditor, which council did not support, and portal, which doesn't denote an individual. And I know other members of the task force did not like portal. Janine has proposed other titles. My concern with switching to one of her titles, we may hear from another task force member or another resident saying they don't like that one either. So I really, for that one, I am stumped, because I don't react the same way to official the way Ms. Valadez did. But those were the items I noted based on her public comments that she was able to give.
And Mayor, I've just forwarded the email that contained Ms. Valadez's complete letter to us, which I noted did not go to the chief for some reason when we got it. So I have forwarded that to him. Not that he should look at it right now, but so that he has it for his work.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And based on the time, Chief Galea, thank you again for putting this report together for the council meeting. And I guess the ask could be to look at the letter. And then if there are any revisions, then we could do an updated memo.
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. And thanks again, members of the public, for reviewing and commenting and holding us accountable. So with that, thank you, Chief Galea. We have our tentative council calendar. And then we have—
The attorney is waving, gesticulating wildly.
Oh, she is. She's not on my screen.
Oh, I'm not. Anyway, the staff got an email from Ms. Valadez, and I don't think you all were CC'd on it. I don't know if it's been forwarded, but I will forward it to you with my comments. But she raised some concerns about the intake, the third-party intake official who hired her. And so I just, for transparency purposes, I want to let the council know and the public know that I was involved in that hiring, the selection of this person, and that is authorized under the Los Altos Municipal Code. And specifically, it states that the city attorney may retain or employ other attorneys, assistants, or special counsel as may be needed to take charge of any litigation or legal matters, or to assist the city attorney therein provided. So I can't be the third party intake person, but I took on the responsibility of locating an independent person. And then there were questions about who she will report to, and I can confirm that she will is specified in the task force direction. She will report to the city manager or his or her designee, which would be, and then she also will be providing an annual report to the city council. And it was, and I understand she will send the complaints directly, the ones she receives, she'll send them directly to the Los Altos Police Department for investigation. There was several questions, and it seems to be a misunderstanding of Ms. Valadez because she wanted the job descriptions and the posting requirements, but this is not a city employee position. This is, so there wasn't a job description. It wasn't posted. It's not a part-time or full-time employee. There were questions about, was the job posted as the city's employment opportunities page? Again, same answer. This is not a city employee position, and there was no requirement for posting. And then, the hiring process, there were questions. The city attorney recommended this person, and it was approved through a contract with the interim city manager and was within his contract authority. And then there was other questions. She wants a copy of her resume or other documents. I'll have to review that for further. These were just questions. It sort of came in as a public records request, but it was really just a request for information. But I do want to provide you with my responses. So yes, I did discuss the qualifications and experience with this person who had similar third-party intake experience, and I'm not going to say with, I won't. So she does have experience, and it was my recommendation to the city manager for this person. And so, and again, it's not a city employee. It would be like me going and getting an administrative hearing officer or something that's going to assist us in some of our hearings or something. And they need to be independent because I can't do the hearings. So anyway, so that's my summary of this at this late hour.
Thank you, City Attorney. Okay, if no more questions or comments on this update, I'll continue with staff reports or council reports and directions on future agenda items. Who wants to get us started? And again, you don't have to. I don't see any hands. Do we have virtual hands? Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. No reports, but I would like to bring up two potential future agenda items. Well, one is a request to move one. It's been quite a march for us, and I was wondering if the council doesn't object and if it's not a burden on staff, can we move our March 30 closed session and closed session a week later to April 6th? That would put it after Easter and Passover.
So I'll have Mr. Kilger respond because I know for the closed session, there was a timing factor.
Yes, I believe, and I'll ask the city clerk to verify this. We do have our closed session on the POA negotiations.
That's correct. Yes.
And I can, and I'm not available. The staff and the attorneys involved with this, they're not available tonight to double check whether or not we could move that. I mean, we could check, but I think they were pretty specific of trying to have that done.
Yeah, I think there's a timing issue, I thought. But
our apologies.
Yes, yeah.
We're just trying to keep up with everything.
Okay, it was worth a shot.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to propose another agenda item, and that would be for the city to consider a safe storage ordinance for handguns. Sunnyvale already has one, and it's my understanding that Palo Alto and Los Altos Hills are considering one.
is that the county one that's going around? The one from the county?
Yes.
So for a future agenda item, does Councilmember Weinberg have a second? And for this kind of proposed discussion, we would need 3 votes because it would require staff work.
I'm willing to be one of the three.
Can I make a suggestion that we bring it first for a discussion before we move forward? Because I know there's a lot involved with this kind of ordinance. So I would prefer for us to have a discussion first, which I can support, before we propose adopting an ordinance on this. It's controversial.
Yes, that's fine.
There's a lot. Okay. So we'll put that on our list, Mr. Kilger. Okay, any other future agenda item requests? I see Vice Mayor Enander's hand.
Hi, and I'm going to apologize for Councilmember Weinberg for springing this, but I would like to request that we have, during the remainder of this legislative session, that we have a standing item for legislative report and potential action on letters. I participated, in addition to all my normal groups, in a 2-hour-long League of California Cities briefing on 96 bills and 2 constitutional amendments that the League is tracking and wants us to be aware of. So there's a lot going on, and I'm afraid that, with due respect for waiting until the high holidays are over, at that point, that the council member Weinberg and I are going to be very, very busy bringing you things.
Can I ask what the constitutional amendments are? What are they?
I don't have them in front of me. One of them is ACA 2 and the other is ACA 10 and 7, excuse me, and ACA 7, as I recall, makes land use and zoning an exclusively municipal affair, with the exception of Coastal Act and a couple of other things.
Good job. There's a lot of competing bills.
There were 96 they went through. I counted them.
There was.
Did they talk about AB 473 or?
They talked about everything.
Me to know which of the every one of those 96. I'm sorry, I did not commit every number to memory yet.
Okay, it's late. Let's keep going, please. So standing item, I have no objections to that. Do you have I'll second that request. So it would be a standing item. If you and Jonathan have nothing to report, then
I'll support that.
Okay, so that will be a standing agenda item going forward. Okay.
For this legislative session, only to the end of this legislative session.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, so I want to go back to the next week's. So we've been having, well, meetings pretty much every week, and I had looked, there was once or twice a year, we get these 3-week breaks in between council when there's a weird 5th Tuesday or something, and that's what next week was. So I'm just going to put in a plug that when we get those rare 3 weeks in between councils, can we not we're stuffing them practically pretty much every week, but it would be nice to sort of preserve that one little iota. So in line for that, I understand the POA has time urgency. Does the study session on council norms and procedures have time urgency? If not, can we push it back into when we're back in our, in April?
Any objections to that? So we have to do the POA unless Jennifer tells us otherwise, but okay, I can support that. I see all heads nodding. Okay, so on the 30th, we're only doing the POA unless we hear we can also push that out. But I don't think we can based on.
We will check.
Okay. Councilmember Lee Ang.
So I just wanted to ask if we wanted to re-interview the Parks Commission members, because I know that Councilmember Weinberg stated today that he based his, he made a statement that was incorrect, and I didn't know if that was his decision and your decision based on the comments he made that might have changed your opinion. So I didn't know if we wanted to revisit interviewing the Parks Commission members again.
I stand by my vote.
I stand by mine. That's, yeah.
Okay, I figure I'd just ask.
No, it's a reasonable question. Okay, I don't see any more hands and it's late, so I will not encourage any more questions. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 1:19. Thank you. See you next week again, hopefully just for the closed session, maybe not. So have a good morning, night. Thank you.